narrative. My name is Richard Green, and I'm director of the USC Lusk Center for Real Estate, which is one of the hosts of this conference, along with the USC Price School of Public Policy and the Terwilliger Center for Innovation and Shelter at Habitat for Humanity. Let me begin by thanking our sponsors, 5 Point, whose founding chairman, Emil Haddad, will be speaking to us later today. The Price School, as I mentioned, the Lusk Center, the Kasdan Real Estate Multifamily Forecast. And I'd also like to thank, we had an organizing committee that put this event together, and I'm sure to forget someone, but Monica Rashkin from Habitat, Patrick McAllister. Is Patrick here yet? Oh, there. See, masks make it. I'll put my mask back on as soon as I come down. Steve Malpezzi, Maria Hochschmidt. Is Maria in? Oh, there. Arthur Ackling. Arthur? I know I saw him. Oh, you're sitting in all different parts of the room. So, and have I forgotten anybody on the organizing committee? I'm good at forgetting things. Okay. Well, if I just offended you, you can let me know later today because I missed you, but I think that's the group. And I think we put together a really kind of amazing lineup for this morning and the next morning, and I'm looking forward to learning from this remarkable group of people. And so with that, let me start by sort of setting the stage for what this conference is about. The other members of the committee assigned me this task, which is sort of an intimidating task because I look at this room and among other things, I see a lot of past, current, and maybe future co-authors in the group who are really good at telling me when I get things wrong. So I'm sure to get some things wrong in the next 20 minutes or so. But this conference is about where does housing belong as we think about economic development, and in particular, raising living standards for places around the world. And so, could we put my slides up, please? Thank you. Okay, so here's what, so it's housing and economic development, cause or effect. This is sort of a theme when we think about economic development in a lot of contexts is what goes first, the development or the thing that either is caused by or causes development. I'm going to talk a little bit about that with the urbanization debate in a bit. But I'm going to start with a brief overview of the debate about housing's position as a tool of or beneficiary of economic development. I'm going to just show a slide or two about where we stand with respect to housing worldwide and ask what might we do? And just thinking about urban, rural, and I want to spend at least a minute or two talking about rural housing because an awful lot of the time we spend when we talk about housing is urban. There's still a lot of places around the world that are not urbanized. And it is not entirely clear that urbanization per se is a driver of economic development. And so we need to think about, for people who live in rural areas, these billions of people who live in rural areas, how do we address their needs? Debate about should this be something the public sector does or the private sector does. I want to talk a little bit about owning and renting, and then in situ or not. And then I'm going to just do a brief comparison of two countries, one of which has invested a lot in housing early on in its period of economic development, and the other that really didn't invest in housing at all in its early period of economic development. They're both countries that have done remarkably well, which shows how hard it is to try to figure out what leads to what. Okay, so summary of the debate. There's a terrific paper by Arku in I always get this journal name wrong, but the Journal of the Built Environment in 2006 that summarizes the debate. And you know what we say, my friend Steve Malpezzi taught me a long time ago, when you steal from somebody else and don't cite it, That's plagiarism. When you steal from someone else and do cite it, that's scholarship. So what I'm going to do is steal from ARCU a little bit today. But if you go back to sort of the development literature from the 40s and 50s and even early 60s, there was a lot of stuff about housing was something that should not be paid attention to as you're thinking about countries moving forward. And what's really striking is even Paul Samuelson weighed in on this. Now, Paul Samuelson weighed in on pretty much everything involving economics, and he called housing a quote unquote dead asset. Basically, if you took capital and you put it into housing, it was kind of useless capital, right? And, this is a guy who wrote maybe the seminal text on mathematical economics in 1947 with his foundations, again, made remarkable contributions throughout economics. And this is a guy who says, he wrote an essay called The Problem of Housing. And he basically said 1955, and he said, don't do it. Don't do it until you're rich. Then you can house people. There were a whole lot of other people who went along, and these are quotes just pulled from ARCU. So Strassman in 1970, financing housing without raising productivity was throwing money into a bottomless pit. Charles Kindleberger, again, another renowned economist, questioned the desirability of investing in housing where resources were scarce. Housing investment was regarded as a classic means of slowing economic growth, Gilbert and Gugler, or loses out to investment in industry or industrial infrastructure. So this was, I would say, until the early 80s, and I'm going to come to that in a second, there was sort of a consensus in the field of economics that housing was a social thing and not an economic thing. And so if you want a country to grow, it's not something that you should be focused on. Okay, well, I think there's been some really important thinking that has led to some reconsideration, and I'm going to talk about that in a moment. But I think those attitudes from the 50s and 60s and even 70s still is with many people in the world of economic development in terms of thinking about economic development moving forward. But one of the most important books I've read in my life was a book I was assigned my first year as a graduate student, which is Deaton and Muehlbauer's Economics and Consumer Behavior, which my dog-eared copy is something I refer to frequently. And what Deaton and Muehlbauer did is present a formal model of what they called a household production function. So the idea is it's not just factories that make stuff. Households also make stuff, some of which is not measured in GDP. And this sort of gets at the Stiglitz point about GDP not doing a great job of measuring everything. So you think about people who cook for themselves, that's productive activity. Doesn't necessarily show up in GDP. That probably doesn't show up in GDP, but it's productive activity. But there's other stuff that goes on too. So the way we can think about it is a house by itself is a factory. Lots of productive stuff can happen in its presence that can't in its absence. And I'm giving here the first sort of small business in poor countries I learned about when I started doing some work with the World Bank was the auto rickshaw, the tuk-tuk. And very often, the auto rickshaw, it's a business. And the driver of the auto rickshaw and the owner of the rickshaw is also the mechanic of the auto rickshaw. And where do they keep it fixed and running? At their home garage. So if they don't have a place, if they don't have secure tenure, and they don't have at least a minimum amount of infrastructure going to that place, it's very hard for them to run this small business. And I learned about this business actually in the context of what was then sort of the new Mohammed Yunus micro-lending, which was how lenders would underwrite tuk-tuk drivers as they would go out and look at their shed to see, okay, are they maintaining this thing or are they not? And if they are, then yeah, let's give them a loan so that they can get maybe a better engine or something like that. But if they're not, we're not going to make them the loan. So this sort of having this place was key, among other things, to making capital, albeit small, available to people who otherwise wouldn't have it. And driving people around is obviously a productive activity. There are other things too with housing, human capital and health. The picture on the left is a very famous picture from a TED talk that Paul Romer gave about charter cities. Now, you could say what you like about whether charter cities are a good idea or not. That's for another conference. But the picture was always striking to me. This is a picture taken, if I recall correctly, from Dakar, Senegal. And it's a picture of kids studying under lampposts because they don't have a home to study in. Now, it is not arguable that human capital development is important to economic development. I know of nobody in any sphere that worries about poor countries that doesn't think it's really important to get people educated. This makes it harder, right? It just makes it harder for kids to learn, that they have to go find a lamppost to study under. If they had a place with a light bulb that they could come home to every day, probably easier to get educated, right? So there's this interaction between housing and education. And then health, this is becoming less and less controversial. Housing is important to good health, but dirt floors are just bad for health, and they're particularly bad for children's health. The dust worms, malaria, et cetera, a lot of this is alleviated when you have a non-permeable floor. You have a permanent floor that people could go home to. So again, no one would argue, I don't think, that sickness is inimical to the development process. Is when people aren't sick, you're going to do better. I mean, it's why we know water is so important, right? Is drinking water that doesn't make you sick is incredibly important to economic development. Well, not sleeping on a floor that's going to make you sick is probably some contribution to economic development as well. So I think there is a change in attitudes toward housing over the last, I'll say, 30 years. But I still think a lot of that attitude from the 50s, 60s, 70s remains. Okay. There's another issue, and we're going to have a panel about this, which I think is problematic for housing, is measurement. So measuring the productivity of a factory is easy, right? It makes so many sweaters or so many t-shirts or so many cars or so much steel. Houses produce things too, it's just hard to measure. And we talk about this, the service flow of housing. We price it with something called the user cost of housing. And these things are invisible, but they're real. This is particularly problematic in societies where there isn't a lot of rental housing, because at least if you have an apartment, you could say, yeah, people are paying something for that shelter, so it must have some value to it. But when people own their own places, I mean, it's a good thing, and we see the capital amount they pay for it, but we don't observe that service flow. And I do know of countries, I'm not going to pick on them from here, maybe I'll pick on one or two later, that when they're looking at their GDP numbers, there's nothing about the service flow of housing in those numbers. Now here, the US, and I really try not to be a jingoistic American-esque around, I'm generally not, but when it comes to national income and product accounts, the US does a really, really good job of it by worldwide standards. And in there is this attempt, at least, to measure the service flow of housing, which probably makes up about 4 to 5% of GDP in the US when you total it all up. So that's a substantial number, probably about the same amount as new construction. And so as people are thinking about housing, because they're not measuring its full contribution, they don't see its importance in terms of the development of an economy. And so one of the things we might think about is how to get countries that are not measuring this at all to start measuring it. And if you want, I mean, Arthur and I did a paper along these lines 3 or 4 years ago in a Brazilian context to at least give a sense of how one might go about it. Lots of others have done this as well. Okay, so let's talk about where we are and maybe what we should do. So this is from, there's the wonderful World Bank website, Our World of Data, which I could get lost in for too long when I should be doing other things. But I found this is particularly striking, and this is, again, this is urban, but it's the share of urban population in slums. And the darker the color is, the more people live in slums. And so, again, socially, we think this is a bad thing. Economically, it may be a bad thing. This lack of, again, access to secure tenure, lack of access to hooked up infrastructure, and so on. So there's a little bit of good news, I think, was if you look at, so the left is, I believe, 1990, the right is 2018. And if you look at the left, so I can't put, what's striking me, at least if we look at Brazil, things look like they've gotten a lot better over the course of the last roughly 30 years in terms of the share of people who live in slums. And so that's a positive development, but I'm going to just be a little cautious about that for reasons I'll share with you in a bit. But when we look at what's happened in Africa now, part of it is that Africa, a lot of these countries weren't even measuring slum dwellers, but you can see there's been this rapid increase in the share of people who live in slums. And at the same time, as I'm sure you all know, Africa is, like the rest of the world, urbanizing. And so it's not just that the share of people has gotten bigger, it's that the number of people, the denominator, has gotten bigger. So this is clearly problematic. China, I mean, again, I think no one would argue with respect to housing that China has been an amazing success story, and it shows up there. One of the most striking numbers I know of is, and Steve Malpezzi taught me this some time ago, is in Shanghai in 1979, there was an average of 6 square meters per person in housing, and now it's about 20. So, I mean, that's quite remarkable in a short period of time. So, and by the way, China clearly has built a lot of housing and had reasonably strong economic development. So now, again, there's a reasonable argument that it's relied too much on housing for its economic development strategy. But the real takeaway I want from this is, while things have seemed to have gotten better in some places, clearly this is still a problem in wide swaths of the world. But I also want to come to this whole thing about urban-rural divide, and is it urbanization per se that we should be focusing on instead of housing? And this is a chart that I'm sure, a picture that I'm sure will be familiar to many of you. Again, it's from the World Bank, that just is a scatter plot of GDP per capita against urban population. And that's as strong a positive correlation as you're ever going to see, right? And so this leads people naturally to the conclusion that urbanization produces productivity, produces growth. But let's not so fast. So there's really a lack of direction about what causes, about the causal direction here. And we have some people, again, in this audience who've contributed to this literature, Vernon Henderson's book chapter from 2005. Some Buckley and Spence. I thought Bob Buckley was going to be here, so I want to flatter him, so I put that. Peng Chen and Cheng, Nguyen, et cetera. And I'm just going to give an example of how we really don't know what's going on here by taking, I just ran 3 very simple regressions in the last week, where I did a panel of urbanization against GDP for about, I don't know, I think 140 countries. What I have? Oh, 164 countries. And this is 1950 to 2016, I think. And again, the takeaway is I'm just looking at log urbanization against log GDP. I have country fixed effects. I have year dummies, and seeing what happens. And if you have no year dummies, so you basically don't have the trend, the common trend between the two. And again, I just freshened this up. A lot of people have done this before. Without that common trend, which is just you have urbanization going on over here and growth going on over here, it looks like urbanization is an incredibly important contributor to GDP growth, right? That's that 0.83, that's a big number, and it's very significant, okay? But all you have to do is add year dummies into this panel, and the sign reverses. It's actually, I wouldn't make a big deal out of the negative. I would say it's, I mean, it's sort of fairly significant, but Ed Glazer once said he doesn't believe anything with a t-statistic of less than 6, for what that's worth. But the point is, it's very sensitive to specification. So I don't think we really know, is it growth leads to urbanization or vice versa? And, Vernon has written eloquently about this, is you have agrarian societies don't need that many people on farms anymore because they become more productive in agriculture. So they move to cities, and then you get agglomeration effects. But that's the productivity growth in non-rural areas leads to the cities, which has a feedback loop. There's I think we all believe that agglomeration is a real phenomenon, but nevertheless, urbanity isn't everything. And this is really important as we think about housing, because again, we tend to focus on urban services, as well we should, but maybe we need to think about rural services as well, which is a challenge for obvious reasons. Okay. If we're going to do housing, one of the reasons I think housing doesn't have a great reputation is we have indeed, I don't think housing is per se a waste of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so thrilled to be having this conference, but it can be a waste of money. And so let's just talk about some debates about how to do housing and what is, should be done by the private sector or the public sector. I think most of us think, maybe not all of us, that the private sector actually is pretty good at delivering in an efficient way what people want and in the right places. But it is reasonable to point out there have been, so I am loath to say public housing works because I'm an economist and I'm an American, and with those two attitudes behind me, I have a predilection to not liking public housing. But there are two places in the world where it does work very well. Now, one, the place on the right, Singapore, I don't know that it's really public housing. It's quasi, the government owns the land, but you can resell the housing, you can resell the condo that you own on the land with very little in the way of restriction. And so it is, and then you're on a ground lease, the lease is 99 years, but it's sort of, there's a very strong public element to it, no doubt about it, but it's not sort of classic social housing as we think of it. But on the left, we have Vienna, which really is classic social housing. And I've been trying my mightiest to find somebody say something mean about Viennese public housing. And I have, some of you in this room know, I've sent you emails saying, do you know of anything that shows that Viennese housing is bad? And I got, maybe you were just ghosting me, but I got kind of silence in response. So they seem to have figured it out. Now, Vienna is very rich, Vienna is very small, maybe it's these unique circumstances, but to be fair, I think needed to talk about it. I mean, it's well located, people like it, it's well maintained, sort of all the stuff we don't think about when we think about public housing is there in Vienna. So maybe there's some lessons there, but nevertheless, here are a couple of places that I actually have some personal knowledge about. I've spent time in these places, Brazil and South Africa. Brazil has a program called Minha Casa Minha Vida, and it is been extremely successful in the following sense. They have built an awful lot of units. There's no question about it. They have delivered a lot of units and at reasonably low cost per unit. Okay. South Africa, again, the South African social housing program, same thing. They've delivered a lot of units, and this is, forgive the ego involved in presenting the picture on the right, but I'm in that picture. I visited this house in a township. It was about 20 kilometers from Pretoria. The house was lovely. I mean, it was well built. It had good services. It was probably, I don't know, 70 square meters, something like that. Perfectly acceptable house. But here's the but. Where they're located, I don't know how well this is showing up, but the left is Sao Paulo, the right is Johannesburg. The Johannesburg map probably shows up very well. The dark spots are where the public housing is, the social housing is. It's on the periphery, right? And similarly, if you look at Sao Paulo, if you could see the dots, which you probably cannot from your seats, but the dots are all in the periphery. Neither Gauteng nor Sao Paulo have good public transit, particularly at the peripheries. And some of these places are built where there is, it's not just that it's bad public transit, there is no public transit. And so what happens? Well, particularly, here is, if you go to D, that's where jobs are in Sao Paulo, is the red is what's job rich. And so again, it's hard to see, but I'll just put it up there. So if you look at sort of the dark in the middle of, that's where the jobs are in Sao Paulo. The houses are a long way away from the jobs. So we observe the following phenomenon in both Sao Paulo and actually in Gauteng in South Africa, is people are given these houses. They cost maybe $15,000 to build. The people who get them are very grateful, and then they sell them for $8,000 and move back to the slums in the middle of the city because they need to get to work, and they can't get to work from the public housing. Well, that's an indicator of waste, right? If you spend $15,000, if you put $15,000 of capital into something and it's resold at 8, that is $7,000 that's gone. And so as we're thinking about housing and its role, we need to think about doing it right. It's not just enough to say that we're going to do it. I'm also going to argue that having a robust rental sector is an important part of the puzzle, because not everybody wants to be stuck in a house. There are people who want to be footloose. There's this aspect of being able to have labor mobility is key. So, and even UN Habitat emphasizes its importance. Very often rental housing has better cash flow affordability than owner housing does. It allows households to reserve savings for other kinds of investments, like small businesses. It's an investment opportunity for the emerging middle class, particularly 2-unit buildings. And again, it's this information benchmark. If you can observe rents, you can get a sense of, okay, what is the stuff really worth? And but landlords are really unpopular. Just ask if you ask a lot of people in the US, where does our housing problem come from? Which in my view is we just don't have enough of it. I mean, by world standards, we have plenty of it, but by US standards, we don't have enough units. Is people would rather blame landlords for the problem. Oh, these awful landlords, they keep raising rent. There are parts of the world where it is very difficult for landlords to enforce leases, which means people don't want to be landlords, because if you're not allowed to collect rent and there's no consequence for people not paying rent, you know what? People don't want to get into that business. So thinking about institutions that allow for a strong rental sector is also, I think, key to housing fulfilling its role in economic development. In situ or new development, I mean, this is a big debate. One of the really hard parts is you look in situ and you say, okay, this is where people should be, but the density of housing is not sufficient. And so you have overcrowding. And it's interesting. I'll never forget my first trip for a World Bank consulting job was to Dhaka, Bangladesh. And I had people tell me, well, high rises are evil, right? And density is evil, right? And I wanted to say, well, you have the density, you just don't have places for all these dense people to live. The people are there, but you need to build up. But the problem is that involves relocating people for a while and having governments be credible at short-term relocation that maintains social capital, so you're bringing people back where they were before. That's a very difficult thing to pull off. Now, I think arguably Hong Kong managed to pull this off in the 50s and early 60s. So it is a possibility, but it's very difficult. Okay, finally, I just want to note 2 countries that have had very different attitudes toward housing. The blue is Singapore, the red is South Korea, and the idea is not to make I should have done this in logs instead of cuts at dollars, but because then South Korea doesn't look quite so bad. South Korea has done great. Okay, the red line is not an inferior line. That's a really good line. It basically, if you go back to 1950, it was an extremely poor country. It's now a rich country. That's what that graph is trying to show. Singapore started out as a slightly richer place than, which basically versus Seoul. It's now gotten, by some standards, after Norway, it is the richest country in the world, richest, not counting tax havens like Monaco and Liechtenstein and such places. To me, if a country is smaller in population than Madison, Wisconsin, it shouldn't really count as a country for the purpose of economic comparisons. But both have done great. Very different housing strategies. So Korea, which I've been spending a lot of time reading about in the last couple of weeks because I'm trying to help on a chapter on Ukraine redevelopment, basically pursued the following strategy. It just didn't basically nothing but human capital, maybe not by design, but in practice from the end of the Korean War to the early 1960s. Then they did industrialization and exports until about the 1990s, and then they started building housing. Singapore made housing part of what they were all about from the very beginning. And they used it as a mechanism to encourage people to save. They actually forced people to save. But then that savings had a channel which was to go into housing. And the Singaporean government saw housing both as key to political stability, but also to the economic well-being of the people in Singapore. And so this is the conundrum, right? I gave two examples of countries that have had remarkable economic success stories coming from very little, with very little in the way of natural resources, that had completely different housing strategies, which means I have not been very helpful at setting the stage because I just said we still have a lot of questions that we need to answer. But then maybe that's what this is all about, to try to answer some of them. So let me now turn it over to our very distinguished keynote speaker, Vernon Henderson. If you know urban, you know housing, you know international development, you have to know Vernon's work. Renowned for, in particular, his work on urbanization and growth. Again, an economist who publishes in both the leading journals in our field, publishes both theoretical work and empirical work, which is very hard to do, but also gets his fingernails dirty by going to countries that are very poor and trying to figure out how to make them less poor. A lot of work with the World Bank over the years, and I'm sure others. I'm really thrilled that he could take some time and join us here today. Vernon, thanks for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, and let's go to it. So I need my slides, because we're lost without slides, right? Okay, so this slide here is, I'm going to tell a story about it because it kind of frames the talk. This is a picture of Kibera. In the front part of it. This is the largest slum in Nairobi and a very well-known slum in Africa. It's these corrugated iron sheet housing. Kibera is about 3 to 4 kilometers from the city center. It is about 1,000 acres. That 1,000 acres was a land grant by the British to Nubian soldiers who served in the King's Rifle. The grant made about 110 years ago. At that time, this 1,000 acres was outside of Nairobi because Nairobi was a British city that had just founded. So the Nubians came and they lived in part of this 1,000 acres. Then at independence, the new government withdrew the grant and said, no, the land isn't yours, although the Nubians or their descendants continue to live on it, and there's still some there and part of Kibera today. Most of Kibera is a slum where illegal landlords operate. The majority of housing is owned by politicians and by bureaucrats who work for the government, part of the government. They put up these units, they pay them off, even though the rents are really low, they pay them off in about 2 to 3 years, 2.5 years, and then they make good money on them. The money they make, however, is a fraction, maybe a third of what the value of the land is in the formal sector use that you can see ringing the slum. So, you know, those are formal sector units. They're pretty valuable. The land is pretty valuable. The problem is, you know, the highest and best use of this land is no longer a slum. Slums are generally, as we'll see, on the city outskirts. They're very land intensive, so you build them where land is cheap. The problem here is, how do you overcome what is really this mess where Nubians, their descendants, have some moral claim, at least to part of the land. There are politicians and bureaucrats making money off of this who are opposed to reform because they would lose their profitable businesses and they have no claim to the land. So you're kind of stuck with this slum that's really on prime land. So that's going to be something that we're going to talk about in general. So as Richard said, this is about urbanization. It's about, and what I'm going to talk is, that's the context of moving people from the countryside into cities. and establishing these massive capital stocks of housing and then of public capital. On the bottom there is a nicer picture of Nairobi. So where is this relevant today in terms of urbanization? We're thinking of sub-Saharan Africa, and a lot of the examples I'm going to talk about today involve sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia. Those are the places that are urbanizing. They're about 30 to 50% of the population, depending on the country, is urbanized. That is a massive increase already from maybe 18%, 15%. And that's going to continue up to 70, 80%, depending on the country. And it leads to populations in major cities doubling every 20 years. That's massive growth, far more than anything we see in developed countries. The problem is, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, that this is happening at a time when these countries are still very poor compared to when other countries urbanized historically. And there's a lack of institutions. There's a lack of money to build the infrastructure that one would like to have to go with a very large city. And so we're urbanizing while poor, and how do we deal with that? I'm not going to talk so much about Latin America and East Asia, although I will draw some examples. Those are places now have been urbanized for some period of time, and the focus is really on not dealing with this massive inflow, but cleaning up problems from the past. So, it's true, as Richard said, if you try to say that urbanization causes growth, you can't show that empirically. They're highly correlated. They go hand in hand. We think a part of being a competitive economy is having well-functioning cities and having competitive cities. That means you need to be able to move goods and people through your cities. You need to invest in public infrastructure. There's this really nice paper on historical London that looks at the impact of building the rail and the underground on the organization of London. So this is starting in the mid-19th century, where people basically lived next to where they worked. They commuted about 1 kilometer at most, whatever they could walk, to fast forwarding after the construction of the rail system and the underground system to the first part of the 20th century. Then people are commuting 5 or 6 kilometers. You have the separation of workplace and living place. You have exodus of people out of the city of London and the city of Westminster, and inflow of jobs in this clustering, which is really, we think, is essential to exploiting agglomeration economies. So you need to organize your cities, and as argued, you need decent housing for the folks. A comment here is that when we're thinking about developing countries and housing, we need to think about not building new cities or focusing on edge city developments. We really need to deal with the fact that most of this happens, and most development and redevelopment happens in already existing parts of the city. And we need to deal with how to restructure and rebuild these cities. It's not like you can abandon a city that's a kind of a visibly looks like a disaster. You need to deal with it. What's at risk here? I like to say this, and many of you know it. Housing is the majority of the capital stock of a country. About 2/3 is in buildings, at least. And these buildings are highly durable. People are moving in now to cities. We're investing in this capital stock that's highly durable, that's going to last for decades. And we're making decisions about that now and the shape of these cities. Moreover, we're doing this also for public capital. So if you think about it, up to half of urban land in a city is in public use. It's roads, sidewalks, bridges, public buildings, schools, and so on, sidewalks. Where you put that public capital, the transport infrastructure, determines where you put your housing, because people need access to roads and then to jobs. And it obviously determines how people move through the city and how well they move through the city. So, you know, if you go into Nairobi or Dar es Salaam and you want to cross the city at 11 a.m. in the morning in a car, it takes forever. It's just not happening, right? And that's an issue. So you don't have the clustering that you would like in the city center. At least we think that's the case. The allocation, so this public capital, again, is also a major part of the public capital of a country. So you have these two capital stocks, the public part in cities and the private part that comprise, in the end, the majority of your nation's capital stock. And you want to worry about how well you're spending that money and investing in that. So for housing markets, I'm going to talk about several things. I'm going to talk about property rights today because I think that's pretty essential. And maybe it's a drum that's being beaten, but I'm going to beat it again with a bunch of examples. We'll talk about slums and spaces where there are more informal rights and how we want to think about those. I'll talk somewhat about planning and land use regulation. I have a couple of slides on property taxes, but I have a sense I'm not going to get to them. But that's okay. So property rights. In principle, there's a two-tier system. We have in cities, formal property rights. These were established in the colonial era in many of these countries, particularly sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. And in the colonial parts of the city, you had these formal property rights, as we think of it, full private property. Those comprise today, obviously, the old colonial section's a small part of the city, but they are an important part, typically the downtown type of areas. And then you have, in the rural sector, you have customary rights. So these are granted by a village head, by a village council. They're strong rights. They typically involve inheritability and you know, rights to use the land. They're enforced by the fact that you know your neighbors, people know you, they know your family, have had this plot of land for generations. And so having title doesn't seem so important. You have these customary rights. They're solid rights, but they don't work well in urban areas because people don't know each other and it's a different world. In principle, you have these cities spreading out, so you should have this conversion, right, of customary rights into formal rights at the city edge. The problem is that this just doesn't work, right? In most of these countries, you have the land in urban areas held under some form of what I'll call possessory rights. These possessory rights have different strengths depending on the country and depending on what pieces of paper you have and what the history of the piece of land is. But they're, as I said, they're neither customary nor formal. If we look in, this is a sample of owner-occupiers in African cities, maybe about, as I recall, a sample from the DHS of about 10 cities. These are people who are owner-occupiers, anywhere from 10 to 35%, the max being 35%, self-report that they have a title. The rest are untitled, even though they're owner-occupiers. So they have just informal rights. So why do we care? Why do we want to privatize? Why do we want to have full property rights? Well, the usual story is the risk of expropriation, risk of encroachment, issues of inheritability, depending on the country, standing in court, again, depending on the country. As you invest more in land, you put more at risk of expropriation. The incentive for someone to try to expropriate that from you rises. This is DeSoto's basic point. So you worry if you're going to do very intensive investment, if you don't have title to the land, that you're going to face legal problems. The other is getting loans for construction, loans for purchase, getting insurance. Again, I mean, if you're an insurance company and you're in a bank, you don't make loans to people who can't offer their property as collateral. And they can only offer it as collateral if they have real rights to it. Now, You know, I'm calling it formal rights. There are some countries where some degree of possessory rights is enough to get you a loan, but that's pretty rare. We think that, you know, having private property rights is essential to intensive investment. And there have been studies on titling. These are mostly in slums, and, you know, you offer people title, they take up title, they improve their houses, they're happier and stuff like that. This is a kind of at the margin, though. This is looking at slum housing and what happens when you just privatize it. I'm going to talk thinking about a bigger scale in a few moments. The other is the social benefits. We think of the classic neighborhood externality. If what your neighbor does to their house affects you, either the way you look out, where your children play, how you think about your neighborhood. So if you have title, you'd like, and you want to invest more in your house, you'd like your neighbor to have title and for them to invest more in their house. And then, of course, from the government's point of view, the advantage of having everything titled and formally written down, it makes it easier to tax. Of course, that's a reason not to want to be titled, right? I'll have to start paying taxes. We think of, you know, if we think of China here, land reforms moving out of the Maoist era occurred in the early 1990s. Those reforms were essential to the investment that has taken place. So on the left is a shot of Beijing in 1984, actually a shot I took, and in Maoist style housing. And then here's a shot of, you know, modern Beijing. They're not recognizable. And part of making that jump, moving to a new regime and a new world, was in fact having property rights, leasehold rights in this case. So here's two cities. I want to compare them. One is Nairobi, where 90% of the land in principle is formalized and under private ownership. You can debate how well that works, and we're going to talk about that. Versus Dar es Salaam, a similar city in terms of size, slightly poorer country, coastal city versus interior. There are other differences and cultural differences. In Dar es Salaam, maybe 20% of residential housing is on privately titled land. That would be an absolute max. It's probably maybe more like 15%. If we look at the intensity of investment, they're very different. In the graph here, we have the percent of the built area where the buildings are under 4 meters. That is about 90% in Dar es Salaam, and in Nairobi, it's under 40%. When you're looking at the percent of the built area, that is then in 4 to 8 meter high buildings, or 8 to 16 meter high buildings, say 5 stories, and then much taller buildings or somewhat taller buildings. Nairobi, you know, has much more concentration and higher buildings, more intensive investment than Dar es Salaam. And again, it's private land. So visually, it looks like this. This is grid square, average heights of buildings by grid squares. One is a mapping of Dar es Salaam, where you can see either through the color or the visual height in the 3D, the heights of buildings. And Dar es Salaam, there's height near the city center, but the rest is pretty flat. In Nairobi, we have a distinct city center here with tall buildings. And then, but we have height, we have a more typical height gradient starting at the city center and declining as we go out with some spikes on the city edge. So Nairobi is simply built much taller and has much more intensive investment in buildings, cubic meters of building space or heights of building, however you want to measure it. So this is another picture of Nairobi and another rendering of it. And in this, it's obviously a little more detailed. On the left is a land price gradient, just to make the point that land prices vary enormously within cities. declining from the city center, about a threefold difference within a matter of about 8 kilometers for the price of vacant land. This is. In the mapping, we have two parts. One is the blue or purple, which is the formal sector. The other is slum housing, which covers a certain proportion of the land, and it's in orange. So there are several features to this. First, we have two concentric circles, one at 2 kilometers and one at 4 kilometers from the city center. We have, and in those concentric circles within 2 kilometers today, there is no slum housing left. Within 4, there's not very much left. There were more before. The land is so valuable that the market has found a way to be able to formalize here, even though these are Kibera-like situations typically. Kibera is the slum on the bottom left there that's intersecting with the 4 kilometer ring from the center. That's the 1,000 acres. The slums are built generally very low, land intensive, and that the newer slums tend to be more on the city edge out here on the fringes of the picture. Nairobi is sausage shaped because it's constrained by national forests and parks and military bases to which way it can expand. But one takeaway here is there's this kind of hodgepodge, right, of formal sector interspersed with sort of low intensity in terms of building height housing, really built through just covering the land and having very little green space in slums. Here is another rendering on Nairobi. Sorry to hammer on Nairobi, but it's one of my cities I like to work on. This shows the percentage increase in volume. This is cubic meters of space in a 12-year time period in slums versus the formal sector. So the formal sector is in blue, the slums are in red. The horizontal line here, black line, is at 0, no increase. So right near the city center, there has been very little increase because that was redeveloped a couple of decades ago, and there's really no space left to develop. And then you start moving from about 1 kilometer out. When you get to 3 to 5 kilometers, there is massive redevelopment. In that 12-year time period, about 35% of buildings were torn down. But in a country like the US, it would be 5% maybe of buildings in a 12-year time period would be torn down in a city, something in that order of magnitude. So this is massive tearing down and then reconstruction. When you reconstruct, you're typically tripling the height of the building. And you're typically also assembling a bigger base to build these taller buildings. In the blue, we see that the percentage increase in cubic meters is much more in the formal sector where there are property rights and much less than in the slum sector. This is distance from the city center, so which I should have said, but it's reading there. That dotted blue circle just highlighting this 3 to 5 kilometers where there's this 50%, 60% even increase in the amount of volume of housing being provided in this city and already essentially developed areas of the city. If you extended the diagram out, you would see more slum growth. I would also note that near the city edge, some of these slums are in private land. At the moment, this is the highest and best use of that land. It won't be for that much longer, but at the moment it is. And so there are private slums here in Nairobi on private land. About 30% of the slums are in privately held land. Those are at the city edge, not the slums inside the city are on this government-owned land like Kibera. So how do we think about slums? And sorry, this is kind of a detailed slide, but I was trying to get it all on one thing and remind myself. So I've done a sort of examples here of different kinds. So we have informal settlements like the kampongs in Jakarta that Macy's worked on, and housing in Tanzania. These are, to some extent, owner-occupied. People have strong possessory rights. In the case of Jakarta and the older kampongs, these families have had those rights for generations. They were not given formal title by the government. And some of these are right near the downtown. In the late 1990s, the government was talking about building out into the harbor, which would have been an environmental disaster, in order to claim space to put up commercial buildings, because they couldn't go into the kampongs and repossess them, nor were they willing to give the people in the kampongs property rights so that they in fact could have sold their housing. And so it was kind of the stalemate. We then had the financial crisis, and these plans went away, perhaps, I guess, probably thankfully. Then we have land invasion, the classic kind of thing that people studied in the 1980s, thinking of Latin America, 1970s, 1960s, the favelas in Brazil being the sort of most famous case of squatting, if you like, as it was called at the time, which can be in some sense owner-occupied units, but it's on land that you don't own. It's on public land, it's on land under title dispute, it's on sort of marginal land that has some ownership, but people haven't tried to exercise it, in the sense that the classic stuff from the squatting literature, if people invade your land and squat, if they're not gone within a couple of weeks, your land is gone, basically. You'll never get it back. That's kind of what the literature suggests. And then we have slums where there are what I'm going to call no property rights. The one I gave, the example of Kibera in Nairobi, the Busties in Kolkata. These are run by, or were traditionally run by, illegal slumlords. They may pay bribes for the right to do that, and they make pretty good money. And in the cases, I gave the example of Kibera to start with, they're owned largely by politicians and government officials. So trying to redevelop these areas near particularly the ones near the city center, where the land and some other use would be really valuable, is really hard. It's hard to overcome the political problems and to resolve the issues. And part of it is just straight politics, your unwillingness to give title to these people in contexts where they have clear possessory rights, and that would be the obvious thing to do. So, if formality, as I'm saying, is so great, why isn't there more of it? Well, you need a registry. You need to survey properties. It's not, I mean, there's this idea you can walk them off and, record it on a GPS system. It's just not very accurate. You end up with boundary disputes. So we still, maybe that'll change, but we still formally survey. And then we need a registry, and we need to record all transactions, including resales. So that's, what formality means, requires the institutional capacity to do that. What are the issues? Well, the first is the cost of the surveying, even mass surveying, and the registry. Work in Tanzania suggests that the cost, just the straight cost, may exceed for many people their willingness to pay for a title. Why is that? They have strong possessory rights. So, why should I spend the money on a title? I can stay in my unit. I can sell it for the same use, maybe at a discount, but I can sell it. Titling really becomes important when you want to change the use, when you want to take it from that single-story building and have much more intensive investment, especially as the city grows, prices rise, and places near the city center become much more valuable. So when you want to convert to commercial use or to intensive apartments, then you really need, then it's when titling becomes important. The other is the pricing of titling. So using Tanzania as an example, the Tanzanian government is all about private property rights. We want to have everything titled and fully done as soon as possible. The problem is the pricing. So price of registering your land and getting a title in Dar es Salaam is about 80% of it is just revenue raising. 20% of the price is what the cost is. The other 80% is two sorts of local governments imposing fees to just raise money because they need money. They don't have good taxation. They don't have good property taxation. They want money any way you can get money. So one way is to sell titles at a high profit. That, of course, then inhibits titling. So your experiment of wanting to title everything just doesn't happen because it's too expensive. The third is the lack of trust in the registry. So registries are corruptible. You know, stories from Nairobi of you know, switch titles, fake titles, titles that aren't recorded that are supposed to be recorded, and so on. What does that mean? It means in the housing industry in Nairobi that it's helpful to be a big operator, to be able to employ the accountants, the lawyers, and so on, that will go in and assure and perhaps pay the bribes to assure that you have a proper title, it's formally registered, and so on. There is some movement in Nairobi to having an online transparent system. They've been talking about that now for about 4 or 5 years. They've maybe 30% of the properties have been done so far, and it's kind of moving very, very slowly. So it's, if you're operating in that market, you probably want to operate at a scale where you can assure that your title is clear and clean. And if you're a single family owner and you want to, would like to be a single family owner and you're trying to navigate this mess, you know, what's your assurance that you've got a real title and it's not corrupted? Something we'll come back to. And then the politics that I've been talking about. As an aside here, and I don't want to push this too hard, and I'm using Dar es Salaam as an example in Tanzania. I don't like incremental very much. I know it's part of the sustainable development goals, get people pieces of paper, get them informal registration, walk off their properties, that kind of thing. So as an interim step, given the titling is going slowly, in Tanzania, there's something called a residential license. So this is where your property is walked off. It's not surveyed, but it's walked off. You get a piece of paper, it gives you some standing. It's good for 5 years and it's renewable and it's really cheap. So the problem is they implemented this program and then 5 years later, nobody renews it, even for the cheap price, because I don't see the point, right? They're not really used as collateral for loans. In principle, they can be, but that doesn't really happen. And there's no progress towards titling. That was the idea. You get a residential license and you get a title. No one's doing that, so it's not happening. Okay, I want to talk for a minute about equity issues. You know, if you're going to title, you would like those who have possessory rights to get titles. You know, but you've got to price it right. So you have this sort of stalled process in Tanzania. In Nairobi, we have privatization. How did that happen? Well, it happened in the 1990s. It involved a lot of dispossession. In a central government decree, presidential decrees, commissioner decrees. It was a very corrupt mess. There were royal commissions on that, the South Hall report and so on, detailing all of this. We think, we can't do a forensic audit, but we think that this ended up with a lot of the land in the hands of a few people. And we've already talked about the fact that if you're going to operate in this market, and you're going to do intensive investment and you want to make sure, and you know the registry is corruptible, then you are trying to operate a business where you can ensure that, and you want to have the scale to be able to do that. So why does it matter, this rental versus owner occupancy? So rental markets is important, as Richard pointed out, but I'm talking about a different issue. We've already said that the majority of wealth in a country is in the form of buildings. If most people rent, that implies that there's a small group of landowners. People don't typically rent one unit and own another unit that they rent out. So this is OECD data because it exists. In the graph here, on the vertical axis is the share of wealth held by the top 10% of families in the country. On the bottom is the percent of overall owner occupancy in the country. So we start with wealth holdings on the best fit line of about 60% held by the top 10% of families, going down to about 40%. USA is an outlier in this picture. And we see that there's this relationship. The greater the owner occupancy, the less the concentration of wealth in this top 10%. You can do a Gini or something like that. And the lower the rate of owner occupancy, the higher the wealth inequality. This is sort of what you should expect. And it does happen because, again, you know, your wealth in part is your housing. So if we're looking at wealth inequality, it's going to be affected by the degree of owner occupancy. So in these OECD countries, the lowest rate of owner occupancy is over 40%. In African countries, in 2/3 of these 21 cities that we looked at, primate cities, 2/3 of them, the owner occupancy rate is under 40%, sort of the lowest that you get in the OECD. And we think there's going to be related again to wealth inequality here. And it's an issue for the future, right? You have rising housing prices in city, rising property values. Who's going to benefit from that? Is it going to be a handful of people, or is this something that's going to be spread out? So we want to think about that if you're implementing, you know, here I can say Nairobi's built tall isn't that great, but it was done at this cost of, in terms of equity, right? It was done in a corrupt fashion 30 years ago. It's resulted in intensive investment. Tanzania is going more slowly. They don't have the intensive investment, but they haven't dispossessed people either. Okay, I don't know how much time I have left, Richard. 5 minutes, okay. 5 minutes on 7 minutes. 7 minutes on planning and regulation, nothing on property taxes. Do well-planned cities do better? I have no idea. I mean, you know, they ought to do better, right? But we have no data on it. There's no studies that said you grow better if you're better planned. We think it does affect land use and sprawl maybe affects the mode of transportation. You don't really do well with public transport in sprawling cities. Part of planning is regulation. There's good regulation, there's bad regulation, there's ineffective regulation. Economists generally don't like regulation. They typically in the land market cherry pick really bad regulations and point out, you know, what the costs of them are, whether it's a minimum height, a floor to area ratio type of thing. And so maybe, you know, from planners' point of view, economists have never seen a regulation they like. And from economists' point of view, planners have never seen a regulation they don't like, right? So we're at odds here. Planners and economists typically don't talk very much. There are some people, planners I do talk to, but in general, it doesn't happen. But it's a problem. Housing market's a planned market, right? You know, up to half of the land is in public use in a city. That public use drives the intensity of private investment. And then that private investment is highly regulated. It's regulated for the classic externality reasons. You're trying to separate out obnoxious uses from non-obnoxious uses. You're trying to work with traffic flows. You've got a bunch of things in mind that planners do that economists kind of ignore. So there is a basic issue here. Planning matters, I think, in terms of what happens to cities. I can't say that, again, the growth thing is, I can't argue that. We're going to do this example of Francophone and Anglophone cities in Africa, but it also applies more generally. that Francophone cities under the colonial era, there was a single authority that came in that wanted to plan the whole market, planning the grid layout of the streets and the neighborhoods, enforcing contiguity. There are planning maps in African cities going back 1910, 1915, or you're laying out the city and deciding how the city is going to be built. Anglophone cities were completely different. There was a dual mandate. The colonial part of the city might be planned. The native parts were just left on their own. Native parts, as they were called at that time. And there was next to no, really no overall planning. You started having planning maps, maybe in the 1940s and 1950s, recording what had happened, not really as an enforced plan. We think in these areas, there's some persistence of the norms from the colonial era. So we have this exercise where we look at 300 cities in sub-Saharan Africa, a third of them Francophone. And we find that the Anglophone cities are more sprawling. They have lower density overall. They have a lack of gridiron structures of roads. And they have a lot of leapfrogging at the external margin. The external margin is important because this is stuff built well beyond the end of the colonial era, but they're still doing this sort of haphazard hodgepodge type of development. So here are two maps. The darker part of the maps is what was there in the mid-1960s. And the lighter part is open street maps, which you really can't see. Accra, British city, and Bamako, Francophone city. And just visually, you can see in the 1960s, this gridiron layout in Bamako, this enforced contiguity, this sort of organization of the city that just isn't present there in Accra. The World Bank had a program of sites and services, which I really think of as in some sense, a planning exercise, right? So this is a program that operated through the 1960s through the 1990s. You took greenfield land, which meant it had to be land at the city edge because you had to accumulate unoccupied land. You planned out the roads, the utilities potentially, and said to people, you can self-build. These could be large tracts of cities, and it certainly is in some cities, large tracts. And it may take some years for these areas to develop because they are at the city edge. So there's the transport issue and getting to jobs from these. And we see that in the continuing private initiatives or local national government initiatives, not World Bank, that are going on in certain countries today, where you're trying to do the same type of thing that was done under sites and services, but you're locating it far from the city center. This is a form of neighborhood planning. It supplements city planning. In some cases, since city planning is pretty ineffective, it may even replace it. And it lays out the areas for the future. So there's a study on New York looking in the 19th century at the layout of parts of New York where there was a set aside for roads and other areas where there wasn't a set aside, and looking today at the difference in land values in the organization and finding that the areas that were laid out simply did a lot better. This is a city in Tanzania, Beya. This is from a paper. It was published in the JPE last year, and it's just a visual, right? You have a treatment group on the left and a control group on the right. The treatment group was one where there was a sites and service program. The area next to it was a greenfield area where there was nothing at the time. That area is now higher density, lower income, more, if you like, disorganized housing on the left. The sites and services that was planned held as the plan had it, and it's pretty organized. It is not slum housing. It is middle-class housing. There is a demand for this. It is higher priced per square meter than other housing. It's a valuable neighborhood to live in, and it has high quality stuff. So this isn't about sites and services to do with poverty. This is about sites and services to do with planning and laying out parts of the city for the future when there's going to be a demand to have better quality neighborhoods, more organized neighborhoods. And I mention it because there are a bunch of governments now in different countries undertaking local, national government, not international agency programs to try and to duplicate this. Land use regulation, the last things I'll say here. Just as a comment, land use regulation in developing countries is often just really unrealistic. It's based upon, you know, from the colonial era, maybe in Anglophone countries mimicking the English town planning acts. There's a lack of compliance to these regulations because they are just nonsensical, as we'll see in a minute. Does that matter? You can say, well, you pass these regulations and people just ignore them. So what? Well, it means two things. One is you're not planning, if we think that's important. We're not effectively planning. And the other is it creates rent-seeking opportunities because you're in violation of the law. And, you know, your property is quasi-legal. You may end up paying bribes or do end up paying bribes to have people overlook that. So 2 examples, my 2 favorite cities today. On the left is Dar es Salaam. Bottom axis is distance from the city center. The vertical axis is the count of buildings that are in or out of compliance with the regulation. What is the regulation? It's a building minimum footprint regulation of 375 square meters as your footprint, which is a very large building. The blue is the count of buildings that are out of regulation, usually massively out of regulation. The orange is the count that are within the regulation or obeying the regulation. It's a tiny fraction, it's minuscule. This is Mark Eliff's graph. On the right is a completely different metric. These are the plot sizes in hectares of lots in Nairobi. And on the left is the distribution, the fraction of at each point. The vertical line is at the regulation, a minimum lot size of 500 square meters, which again is bigger than the standard lot in Chicago. And we see that the distribution peaks at about half of that, about 250. And then it comes down and there's a long tail with commercial buildings and industrial buildings and so on. And there's absolutely no massing or anything around the 500.05 hectares that would say people are trying to obey the regulation. They increase their lot size to be in compliance. There's just absolutely no compliance with it. So it makes you think about what regulation is, right? Okay, skipping this. Conclusion, I'm not big on conclusions. So we have this problem of urban institution and governments at low income levels, reform historically slow, looking at Tanzania, versus maybe Nairobi where it was fast but very corrupt. Today, urbanization is rapid. How do we incentivize reforms? Resistance in the public sector, resistance in the private sector. It's a really difficult issue that people are trying to deal with, right? But you think if you can do it, you can have that big push, you get to a completely new regime with a lot more and better guided investment, both public and private. All right, I'm done. Sure.
I have a question.
Yeah.
In one of the slides where you show the value in Nairobi in terms of the energy circle outside, how much is that location? How much of that is intensity? Intensity, meaning allowed intensity. The inner circles, you could build more square footage on that side.
Yes, you have, right.
So is it the location that's driving the
Yes.
Or is it the amount of intensity you can have on that same part of the land?
The intensity really isn't what's regulated, it's the value of the land. The difficulty in the downtown itself, of course, is that some of it's historical stuff that you can't deal with, presidential palace and stuff like that. But in general, it's the location, right? You have these high land values near the city center, so you intensively invest, given land's really expensive. And that's where your tall buildings are.
How much would that land on the outside be more valuable if you had mass transit? I'm sorry. How much would that?
I don't know how much, but it would be more valuable if you had better transit, both roads and some form of mass transit. I mean, you know, there's a bus rapid transit system being built in some African cities, including Dar, and we have the first line that is operational and one's coming on, and people are trying to look at that and to see what the impact is. And you know, it'll take a while, right? Like London took a while. But if you have really good mass transit, I think in the end, that'll be very helpful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
The UN system has adopted the continuum of land rights, which enables you to not get to formal title, but to have a continuum along the way to getting to formal title. So what do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly countries in Africa, I guess Mozambique and so on, where you can, there's been more done with pieces of paper on the way to formal title. And, but I guess I think formal title, if you really want to have intensive investment, you need. And you don't want to end up tied in court disputes with, you know, whose land is whose, and is it really your land? And, you know, it's like Brazil before titling was written down, you know, it's like you could sell the Brooklyn Bridge many times, right? You could sell a piece of property many times, right? And you end up with 2 people holding title, 3 people holding title. You need a registry for formality. So you can have in a village or more informal settlements, you don't need that. Everybody knows it's vested in common knowledge that your families have this piece of land, but you don't have that common knowledge in a city. People don't know each other and they turn over quickly. So I'm you know, maybe I'm just too biased by the experiment in Dar es Salaam, you know, that's just clearly with the government continuing to push this residential license program and clearly it being so absolutely ineffective. But I'm, you know, maybe you come up with an example where it's more effective.
Thank you very much, Nathan. So we're going to take a break now until, can we go to 9:40? Can we let Denise know we're going to start 5 minutes late? Yeah. So let's be back here right at 9:40, but so one of our speakers on the next panel, there were visa issues, and so she's going to be zooming in. So we want to be more or less on time. So if we could start at 9:40, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here today in this. Hi everyone, it's great to be here today in this.
All right. Let, I hate to break this up, but we need to get started. Thank you, everybody, for coming back in a reasonably timely fashion. Before I introduce Judy Baker, who will moderate our next panel, I just see, as I said at the top of my remarks, I knew with this group, people would figure out everything that I said that was wrong. And I'm going to just pick out two of them. I'm going to correct two things. One, actually, nobody said anything. But when I was referring to good work on measuring service flow of housing, a paper I should have mentioned was by Maria and Arthur that they allowed me to tag along on in thinking about. I'm trying to give everybody a shout out who I can to. But the other thing is my citation to Our World in Data, I learned the person who is best and most eager to correct me is my long-term co-author, Steve Malpezzi. So Steve, if you could just talk for about 30 seconds about Our World in Data.
Data source called Our World in Data. Our World in Data, which is started by a German economist named Max Roser. And it's a fabulous resource on all kinds of comparative data across countries on economics, public health, demography, everything else. The other shout out would be to anyone who hasn't looked at the Gapminder website started by Hans Rosling, who passed away a few years ago, but is continued by his son and daughter-in-law. Those two websites are, along with World Development Indicators, the World Bank site, is my third go-to. But the other two sites are, everyone needs to know them if you don't.
So, thank you. Okay, let's start with our panels. And the first one is the elephant in the room. Housing is an important economic sector. And, it dawned on me a week ago that elephant is a particularly good metaphor because we're talking some about India and some about Africa in this country, and so, and we have Judy Baker from the World Bank to moderate this panel. We have a special guest who's going to be piped in from Europe, Denise Egan. But Judy, let me ask you to introduce yourself in our panel. Take it away.
Thank you, Richard. I'm really delighted to be here. I am Judy Baker from the World Bank. I'm a global lead on issues of urban poverty and housing. And I also work as a lead economist in Africa on urban issues. So I've worked at the bank forever, and it's nice to see some of my colleagues, current and former. And then to my left, I have Jonathan Malagon, who is was the Colombia's Minister of Housing and Sanitation between 2018 and 2022. And he's now a visiting fellow at the JFK School of Government at Harvard. I have Shamika Ravi, who's a non-resident senior fellow in the governance studies at Brookings. And then we have with us on Zoom, we have Denise Egan, who's the head of the macroeconomic analysis Monetary and Economic Department for the Bank for International Settlements. So today's session, we're going to look at this following on the presentations that we had this morning, looking at the relationship between housing and the economy and try to unpack that a little bit. I'm going to give you like a very couple of slides that's just a framing. And then we're going to have Denise come online with her presentation, followed by Shamika and then Jonathan, and then we'll have time for discussion. So with that, maybe we can just pull up the slides. So I will start by saying that this presentation, again, it's just a couple of minutes to sort of frame some of the thinking and following on what we heard this morning from Richard and Vernon. So the work itself comes from a deep dive that we did at the World Bank. And again, my colleagues will know about that work. So we spent almost a year talking amongst the three parts of the bank that work on housing. So we have the urban and resilience group, which I'm a part of. Then we also have the finance folks working on housing finance. And then we also have the IFC that works primarily with the private sector. And it may seem obvious that we should always be talking to each other, but we don't. And so it was a really special opportunity to bring together thinking from very different perspectives to come up with a World Bank group approach that sort of incorporates how we think about housing and, again, its role in the economy. So I just, if we can go to the next slide, I just pulled out a couple of the slides just to highlight some of the framing. So we know that the housing sector provides tremendous benefits to the economy and to households and individuals. In the US, for example, it's represents 15 to 18% of GDP. We know that it leads to growth in construction materials and services and industries. We didn't get to hear Vernon's thoughts on property taxes, but we know that the revenue is significant and that property tax revenue pays for schools, safety, streets, sanitation, and other services. Job creation is huge. We know that it creates both direct and indirect jobs, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We also know for many people, especially in poor countries, but then also I think through COVID, we also saw that housing represents a dual use for shelter and income generation. So we think traditionally about people, some of the slum shots that you saw, people also have their small businesses in their homes. In some countries, overall, it's represents about 3 to 10% of employment is done from the home. In China, that can go as high as 25% of employment. These are some numbers from WeGo. And then we also know that home ownership can create a lot of opportunities for wealth creation. It unlocks access to credit for families and for small businesses. And home ownership will also protect and conserve assets and wealth creation, especially during old age. Then we also know that there's spillover effects. So there's evidence on each of these pieces, but better access to health outcomes comes from home ownership, especially if you have access to basic services. Clean drinking water, there are improved education outcomes, going back to that initial picture that we saw with the streetlights. If you have a home where you can do your homework and study, you can have eventually better education outcomes, improved gender outcomes. There's some good studies on that, as well as energy efficiency and environmental benefits for, especially if you're investing in green housing. So going to the next slide, just to drill down a tiny bit more on these direct and indirect multiplier impacts of the housing sector. So, we talked about the housing materials, that create a lot of demand for them and, in fact, jobs. The tax income, so it creates more opportunities for taxes and job creation through the related services, through maintenance, through all that goes into utilities, through rent, consumer spending, and energy efficiency. And all of this is very much linked to the economy. And just to say, so I mentioned the numbers from the US, but we also have from Morocco, it's about 17%, almost 18% of GDP comes from the housing sector, and in Mexico, 14. So it's consistently, between 15 and 20% of housing sector contributes to GDP. And then the next slide, we heard quite a bit about some of the significant challenges. I don't probably need to go into them, but just to say, on the demand side, we've heard about all the slum population, but the demand, especially in the countries where I work, is enormous. You have people moving to cities every day, and there's simply just not enough housing. When I'm working in Africa, I mean, the growth rates are amazing, and people end up squatting and creating eventual problems down the line. Affordability, housing costs are very high for people relative to what they can afford. And a lot of what is being built is for middle-class residents and not reaching the bottom end of the income distribution. And then on the supply side, you have a lot of the issues around tenure and security and the challenges in countries related to permitting and regulations and making it very difficult to construct housing. So finally, last slide, just to say that through this process that I mentioned, we developed an approach which is meant to look at both the supply and demand side on housing. And I won't go through all of it. I just wanted to, because I think we're going to hear a little bit about what's happening in specific countries from our panelists. But I just wanted to say that you can see that there's a lot to it. And it's a very complex sector that reaches many, many other aspects of the economy. And there are some cross-cutting themes that are extremely important as well, that maybe don't always get as much thought in the sector, although I think that's changing, but things around green housing, resilience, some of the emerging technologies, some of the gender aspects. And these are things that, again, it just adds to the complexity, but also offers opportunities going forward for the work that we do. So with that, I'd like to pass to Denise's presentation, which is going to be by video. And again, she's joining us by Zoom, so we'll have opportunities to ask her questions. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here today in this very interesting conference on a very important topic. And as the title of the panel says, the elephant in the room is housing, a very important sector of the economy and very relevant for the way the economy behaves, both in the short-term business cycle frequencies, also in a structural way in the long term. Before I start with my presentation, the usual disclaimer applies, and the views expressed here are mine and do not necessarily represent those of the BIS. So before the financial crisis in 2008-2009, macroeconomists argued that monetary policy and broadly any macroeconomic policies should focus on inflation, and they should focus on the output gap. Housing, along with other asset markets, other assets in the economy, would be a concern to the extent that they affected GDP and inflation. But if they didn't, then they would be a direct concern for policymakers. Obviously, the global financial crisis then was a wake-up call that such a black box approach to housing is flawed. And we need a deeper and more granular understanding of how housing markets work, how mortgage markets work, and how they relate to the broader economy so that policies can respond accordingly. Now, I will try to go over what has changed in the macroeconomic approach to housing in the past decade and a half since the global financial crisis. What has changed basically is acknowledging that housing is special. And housing is special because of various reasons, and let me walk you through those. First, housing is a very leveraged sector. And what I mean by that is multifold. Consumption of housing is leveraged, investment in housing is leveraged, and financing of housing is leveraged. It is unheard of that a bank would lend hundreds of thousands of dollars for purchasing financial asset to a household, but they do that regularly for acquiring real estate, for buying houses. So in that sense, it's a very leveraged endeavor for households to ask for a mortgage and buy a house. And it's not only the households that consume housing that the process is leveraged, but it's also leveraged for the developers that build that house. They also go to financial institutions and get large loans in order to buy the land, improve the land, and then buy the raw materials and finance the construction of properties that they sell. And finally, the financial players, the major financial players that are involved in real estate financing themselves are also leveraged because they tend to be banks in many countries. And banks are more leveraged in their structure than other financial players are, such as asset managers, for example. The second reason housing is also special is that it's a large storage of wealth. If you look at across countries, you will see that housing in percent of total assets of households or their in percent of their net worth, it often exceeds 50%. And this financial aspects of housing make it an important sector when it comes to macro-financial linkages. And you can see that in crisis and as well as strength of how housing developments affect the rest of the economy, something that I will come back. The other reason that housing, aside from its financial properties, the other reason housing is important and special is that it has major supply side effects. Thinking in an input-output kind of way, when you buy a house, you just don't stop buying the house. Then you need to furnish it, you need to maintain it. So you need plumbers, you need painters, and if you want to sell it, you're going to need to contact a real estate agent. All these processes mean that the consumption of housing, investment in housing, then has direct implications for other sectors in the economy. And housing is also special because it has significant frictions and substantial network externalities because of those frictions. What I mean by that is that spillovers from housing are generally nonlinear because you cannot sell a portion of your housing, a room or say X%, as opposed to if you were trying to liquidate your financial asset portfolio, you can sell really X% of your portfolio. You cannot do that with housing. And houses are unique in terms of their location and in terms of the improvements that's in them, in terms of their style. So any information in the housing market as to what the value of that asset can be very opaque. And pricing can be very tricky, leading to speculative bubbles and other sort of frictions. Which again, all means that when something happens in housing, it has nonlinear effects on what happens in the rest of the economy. And last but not least, housing has social welfare implications. Homelessness is something we all care about, policymakers care about, much more than, say, limited stock market participation of households. And being overburdened by housing costs can also be a problem as it takes away from other consumption and investment. And you can imagine that that could be an issue in many countries, especially more recently. If you were to look at the share of households overburdened by housing costs, which means spending more than 40% of their disposable income in order to have a rental or to own a house through a mortgage, is very high in many countries. On average, 40% of poor households are overburdened in order to maintain their housing, which means that takes away from other types of consumption. So what we learned as macroeconomists is we need to think about all these reasons housing is special and find ways of integrating these qualities into our workhorse macroeconomic models. Now, where are we today is that we need to think of housing both as a consumption good and investment good in our models. And how do we do that? We need to understand that house price cycles and what happens to housing has direct implications for the decisions of different agents in the economy about their different activities. Taking house prices here in the pink circle, you can think of just right away what it means in terms of net wealth for households. In order to, for example, start a business, they may need to put it as a collateral to get a business loan. So this housing as collateral has implications for financial sectors, decisions in terms of how much new loans to provide to developers, how much new loans to provide to households in the form of mortgages, and what happens to house prices also has implications for what happens to housing demand, whether households would be able to afford higher priced homes. And then it has implications for housing supply, whether it's worth to borrow on the side of the corporations, the developers, in order to build more housing. And all this then come in the decisions of investment in the form of residential investment, but also non-residential investment, because housing is collateral also for corporations. It has implications for housing consumption, but also non-housing consumption decisions because of how much of their disposable income households need to spend on housing, or how much they need to be burdened with new mortgages, which all at the end adds up to the economic activity that we see. And this all happens in a legal framework that recognizes housing as collateral, and property rights come into the picture, and how housing in different countries then feed into economic activity in the business cycle frequency. So what happens then? Shocks to housing become systematic in the sense that they lead to movements in economic activity directly or through the financial linkages that I summarized. And the global financial crisis is an obvious example. And what you see here is, whether you look at it during the boom period that we witnessed before the financial crisis, or the bust that we observed after the financial crisis, there is a relationship between what happened to house prices and how much households were able to consume. You see the blue dots where house prices increased much more, consumption exceeded its normal values much more. And in the red dots, you see that when the bust came and house prices dropped, you see that consumption dropped much more as well. Now, this is one episode, but historically, when we look at the different episodes of housing booms and then credit booms, how they were financed, the housing booms were financed, what we see is that 90% of housing booms that were accompanied by a credit boom ended up in a systemic financial crisis or significant growth slowdown, attesting to the systemic impact of housing sector. Now, beyond the business cycle frequency, housing can also influence the structure of the economy through allocation of resources, through its impact on productivity and potential growth. How does that happen? Well, construction sector is actually quite labor intensive, and it has low productivity growth potential. What that means is that during housing booms, when construction sector absorbs more resources, it takes away from potentially high productivity growth sectors. And recent research has shown that resource allocation could result during construction booms, during housing booms, and this overextension in construction has implications for the allocation of resources in the economy and its growth potential. And issues in access to affordable and adequate housing also has implications. And this is in a longer term perspective. Let's take urbanization as an example. Now, as economies move through the income ladder, we see an increase in the share of urban population in total population. And this type of agglomeration has its benefits because cities bring together different workers, they are diverse, ideas travel faster, innovation happens faster. These are all positives for productivity. But at the same time, this urbanization process can come with risks. Most notably in the form of overcrowding or lack of infrastructure. And this can ultimately also have implications for health, for productivity, and again, allocation of resources. And there are, of course, huge differences across countries in that respect. For example, most low-income countries today are at the urbanization levels that emerging market economies were almost 50 years ago. So different countries face different uphill battles in that respect. Finally, the political economy of housing is very complex. Because of the reasons, the social reasons that I mentioned, policymakers cannot leave housing on its own. And unfortunately, most times, the easy solution is to subsidize access to housing finance, which could backfire or amplify the relationships and the link to crisis that I talked about. Whereas more sustainable investments, more sustainable solutions to provide affordable and adequate housing may be politically painful to take. Let me stop here, and I look forward to the discussion.
Denise, I think you left us with sort of indeed one of the biggest challenges around political economy. And I think it reverts also to the point that Vernon made about the challenge with institutions making the work that we do so complex. So with that, I'm going to pass over to Shamika, who will now present live. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy. And thank you, Richard, for the invitation. Thank you all for your time. It's a great honor to be here amongst you. Could I have my slides, please? Well, my title is Housing is a very important economic sector in India. And the reason I put an emphasis on very, thank you, is because, well, first of all, few things have happened in the last 2 years since the pandemic. It has been reflected also in terms of the government's policies in recognizing that housing is a very important sector. For the first time in 75 years of independence, India actually has a planning committee, a city planning committee. Most of our cities were organic. They really have not had much planning, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So that's number one, and that committee just got announced a year back. So that's number one. Number two, because the financial markets in India are not very well developed, so there aren't enough savings instruments available with households. So what we end up doing, and you know how Indians are notorious for their love for gold and real estate. Most of Indian savings end up in the form of gold and real estate. And in recognizing that reality, the government is therefore coming up with gold policies and real estate policies that match this. And of course, a lot of it will be linked to therefore the property taxes and better property rights and so on. But that reality has finally sunk in. That's number two. Number three, outside of agriculture, real estate is the biggest jobs creator in India. And we have a very large population. We have a problem with skills. Construction in particular is relatively low or semi-skilled, the way it happens in India. Therefore, this sector is seen as a major sector for job creation and absorption of that excess labor force. Fourthly, you know, the pandemic as an important fiscal policy, digging ourselves out of the growth slowdown because of the pandemic. Real estate is seen as a very critical strategic sector in terms of a strong fiscal policy, how we're going to get out of that. So let me start by basically saying that it's not just an important economic sector, it truly is a strategic sector if you consider India's very large labor market. It is, the sector itself is expected to be 13% of the GDP in another 3 years. By 2030, it is expected to be about $1 trillion US. India is going through very rapid urbanization. In fact, the official statistics claim we are about 35% urban, but official statistics are more than 12 years old. And 12 years in a young, dynamic economy such as India is a very long period of time. If you look at Nightlight's data, and these are different published works over the last 15, 20 years that we've done, India is anywhere between 60 and 67% urban today. because a lot of that growth is happening at the periphery of not just big cities, but outside of the villages. There are lots of semi-urban and peri-urban areas, and therefore there's a new term called rurban, which is gaining popularity in the policy circuits in India. The recognition that a lot of planning, in fact, when we talk of housing, traditionally what we've thought of housing is almost being challenged in India because the changes are happening incrementally. Toilets are getting built. We built 100 million toilets in the last 7 years. Pipe drinking water, which means it's not housing traditionally the way we've thought of housing, but bits and pieces of what construes good housing, which is being expanded as we speak. Housing is also seen as a very important tool for social development, and I'll dwell a little bit about on that. Then, of course, it is one of the largest FDI attractors. The foreign direct investments coming into India, a very large part of it is in the real estate business. And again, in recognizing that reality, we're going to see a lot more policies. The graph to the left is showing the share of house loans in bank credit, which has increased significantly in the last few years. So if you just look at the financial sectors and the banking sector in particular, houses are a very major reason. And again, here, a lot of the traditional microfinance literature, that loans don't happen because you don't have collateral. Houses, and a little bit on the property cards, if you have house titles, even if it's in an informal sort of way, does expand access to capital. And that is happening, again, in a very large scale right now. The right side graph, it shows the dependence on different states in India. Indian economy should really be understood as 28 state economies, because a lot of the policies are local state level policies. These are provincial policies. These are not being driven from Delhi. So you have states where 20% of the labor force is engaged in real estate business, in different forms of construction, etc. So it's a very, very important sector strategically. If you look at the major reforms in the last 8 years, and I talk of 8 years because that is since Prime Minister Modi, a lot of changes that have been happening. One of the biggest is this policy called Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which basically is housing for all. 20 million affordable housing have already been sanctioned. Of that, around 10 million have already been built. But that, again, is getting expanded in a big way. The second is Swamitwa. Swamitwa is basically, it stands for village mapping. So there is a very significant fundamental exercise which is getting implemented today in India, which is mapping of properties. So they're using drone technology, and of course, with the help of the local courts, creating property cards. Because a lot of disputes happen. In fact, most disputes are property disputes between family members. So the creation of residential property cards and land records is seen as a way for not only ensuring more trade, but also reducing the huge burden that the courts have today, which is in the form of disputes. And very interestingly, a very large number of those disputes are between the state and citizens. So land titles are heavily disputed, and the property cards are seen as a way of resolving a lot of that. In fact, last month, a very significant number of disputes was settled because the government basically, forsook its claim on a lot of land. Now, in terms of, this is the data which basically shows how across Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4, these are different sizes of cities. If you look at what is happening to number of female borrowers across these cities over the last 3 years, and what you see is a very significant increase in female borrowers, and particularly in smaller cities. And these are mostly against housing. So what you're seeing is this kind of program with house ownership is leading to a very significant increase in access to credit, particularly by women, and that too in the smaller cities of the country. Now, again, the microfinance literature, mostly from South Asia, predominantly from Bangladesh, has very well established the fact that when women are financially empowered, it has very significant social impact beyond the economic impact. So this goes to the point that Richard was talking about in his opening remarks, that is this a social tool or is there economic growth being generated? I would argue, given the data more recently from India, we do see that having access to properties, documents, having access to housing is leading to a very significant increase in financial access by women in smaller towns in India. Now, these are some of the policies that have been enacted in the last 7 years. One is, and of course, this is all meant to boost the housing for all policy of the government, which is the Awas Yojana. One is the Reserve Bank of India, which is a central bank, has a regime now. It's not one or two policies. There's a policy regime which basically has been promoting low home loan interest rate across different institutions and instruments. So housing loans are cheaper across different kinds of formal financial institutions and even semi-formal ones in the form of non-bank finance companies. Affordable housing, there is creation of a very large number of units. They used to be concentrated in the western part of the country, Gujarat, but today it has expanded to many other areas, including the east and the southern parts. There is finally a rental policy that has been enacted just 2.5 years back. And there is an affordable rental housing complex part of that law, which basically is the creation of rental properties for the poor. This is one of the very few sectors in India which allows 100% FDI, a foreign direct investment. Again, in recognizing that a lot of the flow in the last 10 years have been in this sector, and it is having very significant externalities, particularly in the form of jobs and financial inclusion, etc. And then finally, tax relief for real estate developers and home buyers. In fact, there is a natural experiment which is underway around the national capital region of New Delhi. To the west of Delhi, west and south, you have a city called Gurgaon, which is in the state of Haryana, which is one city. And to the east and the eastern part of Delhi, you have a city called Noida, which is in the UP, Uttar Pradesh part of the country. Now, UP is one of the poorest states in the country. Haryana is one of the richest states in the country. They are both adjacent to New Delhi. These are both cities that are 20 years old, but they are very different. And that, therefore, I mean, there have already been a series of papers, but I welcome the economists and the empiricists in the room to study these phenomena because they truly are natural experiment. Gurgaon is a completely private city. In fact, Alex Tabarrok from George Mason University has a very interesting paper which shows that the creation of private city when the state is basically absent. So you have not just the housing, which is private, but the roads are private, electricity is private, security is private, solid waste management, sewerage, it's all privately done. Noida, on the other hand, is a very well-planned city. It's beautiful. It has huge, broad roads, very green. The problem is that it hasn't gotten much investment in the last 20 years. So it's beautiful, but it is not growing. Gurgaon, on the other hand, has grown very well because the initiative was taken mostly by the real estate developers. It's a DLF city. It's a private city. It's grown very, very rapidly. Outside of Bangalore, it is the second largest IT hub of the country, but it is maxing out. We are seeing a slowdown in growth there because the absence of planning also creates ceiling to growth. There's only that much that the private developers can do on their own. And very interestingly, going back to the point of governance and regulation, Indian policy making, particularly when it comes to land and housing, etc., is almost a decade and a half behind the real economy. The economy is growing much faster than what the regulators have an understanding of because there isn't that kind of real-time data available. And it is reflected in the form of governance. In fact, Gurgaon, which is an IT hub and it used to be called the Millennial City, used to be governed under what are panchayats. Panchayats are village councils. So basically, it did not have a municipal corporation or a municipality. It did not have an urban local body until 14 years back. It has only gotten recognition of a city just 14 years back in the form of an urban local body. So that just tells you that the real economy in India, in many parts of India, is growing very, very rapidly. Governance has a catch-up game to play right now. And governance, not just from the policy making, et cetera, or the regulatory perspective, but also in creating those fundamental public goods which can lead to greater growth of such cities, because clearly the growth avenues are there. It is an IT hub. It is one of the biggest job creators around, in the northern part of the country. And yet there is a missing government apparatus there, which is creating the ceiling. So with that, I come to an end. I'm very happy to take questions by the end of the session. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Shamika. I think you gave us a very rich sort of overview of such a complex economy and sector in such a big country. So thank you. You packed a lot in, and I hope we'll have a chance to follow up further. So with that, over to you, Jonathan.
Thank you so much, Judy. And thank you, Richard, for the invitation. I feel absolutely honored to be here in this panel, in this conference, in the middle of outstanding colleagues. And I have to start with a disclaimer. You are all expert in urban planning, and mine is the voice from policymaking. My doctorate is in monetary policy. I used to be a banker. I used to work in the Banker Association, but I spent the last 4 years of my life as Minister of Housing, Cities, and Sanitation of Colombia. And I want to share with you our experience, what we did, what worked for us. And let me start with the central question, central and elusive question of this panel. And Richard said that how important is the housing sector? How to approach when it comes to measuring the economic importance of a sector, how to do that? The first intuition is with size. What is the size of this sector in the economy? Yuri said that used to be from 15 to 20%, and in Colombia is especially low. In Colombia is 8% of the GDP in the housing sector. But when we go to the labor market, in the labor market is extremely important. 1 of each 5 jobs are created in this sector. This sector takes the 20% of the employment in the country. But to be honest, the 2 indicators I like the most for measuring, for assessing the importance of a sector are related with national accounts, are related with the inverse Leontief matrix. And one of them is the multiplier of the investment, and the other is the Rasmussen-Hirschman index. The multiplier gives us for each dollar invested in houses, how many dollars we create for the whole economy, and the Rasmussen-Hirschman index gives us the spillover effect that Yuri said. The spillover effect is how we spread, what is the dispersion of the fiscal impulse in the rest of the economy. And let me show that. In the Colombian case, the first sector in terms of multiplier is housing. The main sector. And for the second indicator, for the Rasmussen-Hirschman index, the first sector in the backward linkages is also the housing sector. So housing sector is extremely important for Colombian economy, is the one that have the capacity to create more wealth and at the same time to spread it in different economic activities. That is extremely amazing. And that is amazing because when we had the challenge of dealing with the COVID crisis, this sector, because of that, became the leader, the central key, the key element of the countercyclical policy response. When we started discussing where to put the money to increase the economy, to boost the economy in the middle of the largest challenges that we have in our generation, the main response came from housing sector. Housing sector had the chance to rapidly recover the employment in the country, but also to boost the economic activity and to spread that in different economic sectors. I will start by the conclusion. Let me say that we did relatively good. We spent 1 point of the GDP per year. That is extremely large fiscal impulse. 1 point of GDP was increased in our budget in housing. And as a result, we had the chance to put Colombia as one of the leaders, not only in the Western Hemisphere, but in the world in terms of housing sales per billion inhabitants. I like to compare that because it's a good way to show what we did, but also what I want to spend my time, the minutes I have, is showing how we did that in order to be sustainable in time. I love this map. This is how many houses, new houses, are we selling per year in the country. We only have data for 75 countries in the world, but in this sample, Turkey used to be the leader, but in this sample, Colombia is the first or the second. In any case, it's in the tier 1. It's one of the countries in which people are buying houses the most. I have a very short video of 20 seconds to show that. And we were recognized with the Scroll of Honor of UN Habitat, and we were recognized as well as the country with the world, something like world champion of affordable housing, the country in which we are creating more affordable houses compared with our population according to UN. And I'm so happy to see here Dr. Marja Hawke-Smith, because many of the innovation that we follow during the last 5 years are extremely related and inspired by your paper and your academic research. First, we migrated from a supply side to a demand side policy approach. What does it mean? We reduce the free houses neighborhoods. The blue dots are the free houses that we used to build in Colombia. We used to build, as in every single country, Shamika, it's happening in India, it's happening in every single emerging economy, the neighborhood of the poor of the poorest. You know, it's a kind of segregation with good intention, of course, but it's a kind of segregation. And we gave the subsidy by default, and we let the people to decide where to live. And the result is the one that we see in the red dots. And I love these maps because you can see there a lot of points, a lot of dots in red. But it's not only about scale, it's also about where people is living. People is living everywhere. People decide to live in a different place that far from downtown, and the circle is downtown. So people is living now closer to downtown first, and second, we have a larger scale, and that is impressive. Second, we redefine mortgages. And I have to say that a house is not a good collateral. It's not a good collateral at all for a bank. The worst that a bank can face is, taking a house, because they need to go to a clearing house in order to bring back that money to the balance, and they used to destroy EBITDA. They always used to destroy EBITDA when they take a house. So it's not a good collateral at all. And one used to think, oh, the bank always wants your house. No, the bank never want to have your house. It's the worst business ever. So we created a new collateral, a guarantee fund for the poor of the poorest. Every single Colombian with less than 2 minimum wages of income that wants to buy a house, they have a collateral, and the collateral is the government. We create a guarantee fund for them. We changes the loan to value, the debt to income, we changes the down payment subsidy. We are a good student and we follow the most of the recommendation, but we also, I used to be the vice president of the Banker Association. And once I became the minister, I was 33 at that time, but we increased the number of players. And we passed from 17 banking institutions to more than 400 cooperative and employment funds, and almost every financial institution in Colombia is now able to give a mortgage. So increasing competition was great, increasing the number of players and changing the most of the parameters for mortgage. And that is the result. We increase in just 4 years more than 60% our portfolio of mortgage. That's amazing. Is what we did in 15 years. We replicate that in just 4 years. I have to say that with this new, we are moving the frontier of the housing market, but with this new rhythm, Colombia will duplicate the number of houses that we have built in 202 years of history in the next 4 decades. In the next 4 decades, we're increasing more than 50% the balance. It's not the flow, it's the stock. The stock of mortgages in the country is increasing 64% in just 4 years. And I want to always show the non-performing loans because there is a financial stability consideration. Probably you are creating the new crisis. Who are you lending that money? You have to be careful. We are moving to Basel III standards. My colleague in the panel is in the Bank of International Settlement, the Basel III standards, and we are aware of that. But let me say that these people that are having a mortgage now, the poor of the poorest, are the best client that the financial sector have in Colombia. The non-performing loans of them are less than 3%. They are paying best that the richest people in Colombia are paying. They are doing extraordinarily good. Third, we could target effectively the program. That is something extraordinary that comes with the demand side program. You are putting money, you are putting down payment, and you are putting a subsidy in the interest rate, and you can change the parameters in this population that you want to move the most. And we wanted to move them off the women first and the young people second. So we put differential parameters for these two populations, and as a result, 60% of the subsidy goes to women, and 42% of the people buying houses in Colombia are younger than 30 years old. And they are still poor, receiving less than 1.5 minimum wages per month. So that's good because we could target this effectively. Then the higher the income of the people, of course, the lower the help and the subsidy provided by the government. This is the basic principle of progressivity in fiscal policy, with an exception. The only exception we have is for the greenhouses, the houses that has a certification, H certification of any certification to be sustainable. They receive an extra subsidy. That's the way to, as the economist said, to internalize the positive externality of the greenhouses. And as a result, this program was extremely good because more than 70% of the money goes to people receiving less than 2 minimum wages. So this is the sector, this housing is the sector with the capability to reconcile the social policy goals and the economic activity objective. Finally, we also went to the qualitative deficit Professor, I heard you carefully, and slums in Colombia are increasing as well. Actually, are increasing in the world. In Latin America, slum population living in slum is now 21%. That is too high. It's more than 240 million people. It's like a Mexico. An entire Mexico is equivalent to the people living in slum in Latin America. So we are not only promoting the building of new houses for poor people, but also trying to improve with the same, this is the same recipe, titling, improving the neighborhood, and also housing improvement. And we did more than 500,000 people in 4 years. And finally, this is one of my last slides. It would be terrible if we are not working at the same time in land availability. Can you imagine putting 1 point of the GDP in one sector with a supply constraint? The result would be the increase in the land price. So we are forced from government to try to move the frontier of this sector, but at the same time working hardly in expanding and making easier for the municipalities the land availability. And we did something like 16,000 hectares. That is a lot. This is something like the 8% of the 10 largest cities in Colombia that are large. Bogota have 10 million inhabitants. So we are paying from the central government the studies for land availability in the municipality that they don't have when they don't have the money. We went to the Congress and we created the housing law in order to make easier the land planning in the municipalities, and we spend a lot of time, a lot of money, and a huge part of our head count in the ministry working on that. And finally, this is what we advanced compared with our 2030 goals. But I want to criticize myself because this is a working paper that Yuri, we have the first draft with a colleague of you, Luis Tribeño. It is amazing, and we put all this is like the toolkit in housing for rural, professor, for rural, for urban, for qualitative, and for quantitative deficit. And we try to assess, we try to evaluate in 4 different dimensions: in depth, in cost efficiency, that is not the same, depth and cost efficiency, in sustainability, and in progressivity, in promoting equality. And this is a methodology that we are proposing with World Bank, for World Bank, actually. You hire us for that, and can be replicated in some other countries. But I want to show the result of Colombia, because although we were the country in the world with the highest, the world champion of the affordable housing, at the end of the day, this is an complete revolution. We still have a lot to do because we need to move to other kind of instrument, other kind of tools, especially for the rural and for the qualitative deficit. The experience that we got moving from supply to demand can be replicated in qualitative. India is doing that. India is creating a guarantee fund for having a credit with microcredit, actually, that is amazing, for improving houses. So it's not a centralized solution. Sri Lanka is also doing that, and we can try to do that and implement that in Latin America. Peru, here we have the former Deputy Minister of Housing of Peru, my colleague Rodolfo and friend Rodolfo. Peru is starting to think in that, and just to finish, to finish, 3 ideas of what we still have to do in the case of Colombia. The first is that sustainability is an agenda that we embraced recently with this subsidy to sustainable houses, and is working good for the affordable houses, but we need to increase that subsidy and move that to every single intervention of this sector. That is a must. That is a must. And we only have the tool in the new house and in the affordable. We need to move in that. The second is that we consider, Luis and Triviano and I, that in terms of progressivity, the programs are well designed. So the problem is not targeting. That is extremely easy to target. It was my experience from government. During these 4 years, I was surprised how easy it is to target the housing policy. The problem is not targeting. The problem is scale. The problem is scale. So we need to focus in this budgetary constraint and the political debate in order to show that this sector is that important that deserve having more and more and more and more money in order to make deeper the program. And finally, and I can read, I have a serious problem. Well, and the second one, that in this case is the last one, is that we still have the chance to take advantage from the experience of all the emerging world, because we check all the modern and the new urban agenda and all the modern housing policy in the emerging economies, and we have seen in the emerging world how this demand side program are doing better now, are doing better not only in cost efficiency, but are also doing better in terms of justice. You know, now that you show South Africa's case, you can build post-apartheid some houses for the people and put all of them together in one neighborhood, 1.5 hours from downtown. Or you can give them the opportunity to decide where to live. And this experience that also give the people the freedom to choose what kind of intervention they want. You can move that not only to new houses, but also going, for example, to qualitative deficit. And that's a Colombian experience. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think again, the innovations in Colombia are always astounding, and I was really happy to hear a lot of the work that's been done and the remarkable progress that you're making. So thank you. So we have, I'm going to steal about 5 minutes for questions, if it's okay. So we do have quite an online presence, and we've had some questions online. So first, I'm going to take a question from online and kind of adapt it a little bit. And Denise, I believe, is on, and I'm hoping Denise can come in to respond maybe first. So the question really is about, so it was about decentralization, and the question relates, as it relates to our panel, is about how decentralization policies can affect this relationship between housing and the economy. And I heard a little bit from Shamika on the states and what they're doing. I heard a little bit about what the municipalities are doing from Jonathan. So it would be good to reflect a little bit, and it relates to the broader discussion we were having about political economy and governance. So it'd be good to reflect a little bit about that sort of relationship between national and local, and how it then relates to what we're doing on housing and the economy. So Denise, oh, there she is. Good. Maybe you could, if you can hear us, it would be wonderful if you could maybe jump in on that, or we can come back. I think there might be a delay. Yeah. Denise, can you hear us? So you know what, I think we'll come back to you as the third to respond after we've heard from Shamika and Jonathan. If that's okay. So Shamika, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. I think decentralization is works, at least as far as India is concerned, it works very well. And the reason I say this is, you know, the experiment with land reforms have been very varied across the country. In fact, if you just map the way growth is happening and you look at local laws, and land laws are a very large part of those ease of doing business reforms and regulations we look at. It is very strongly correlated with the ease of doing business. So the more business friendly, the more, you know, the better, the easier the regulation, those states are doing very well. The flip side of it, though, for a large democracy is that we're also seeing a divergence in growth. One of our most developed states, if you look at human development indicators, but not growing very fast, is Kerala in the south. It has excellent human development indicators, but it's elected a communist government, which basically has very strong labor unions, et cetera, which means the general business environment is not as friendly. Now, in a situation like that, the states are competing for these businesses. So you've seen a lot of relocation of business away from these states to other states which are more friendly. So while decentralization works, from a longer term perspective, I think democracies, one like India, we do have to worry about greater divergence because that beyond a point is not very sustainable. Thank you.
In my opinion, Yuri, the tragedy, but at the same time, the opportunity for policy making in housing is that you are planning the housing policy in the central government, but you are implementing that in the subnational government. So if you are not that clear in aligning incentive, you will never have and you will never see what you are planning in the city. In our case, we had a goal, 100,000 people buying houses in 4 years. A lot. That's a lot for a country of 45 million people in population. And we could eventually reach that goal in Bogotá, Medellín, Cali, Cartagena, Bucaramanga, and Barranquilla, the largest cities of Colombia, or we could spread that in more than 400 municipalities. How can you do that? Giving the incentive to the municipality for land availability. And these incentives are basically fiscal, and are fiscal from the expenditure and also for the tax revenue. And from the expenditure, in our case, for example, we put money for fiscal infrastructure, parks and schools and hospital, and we prioritized the municipalities with the largest level of land availability. So you are creating the land in order to have new houses. We will help you with the infrastructure and the public goods you need in order to make them sustainable. But it's not only about the expenditure, it's also about taking the fiscal revenue. For example, in some countries, the tax incremental financing is going to the central government, and that's not good. They are supposed to be in the municipalities. The municipalities, they need to capture the new value of the land for their own management. So in our case, we gave the municipalities the opportunity to conduct that kind of credit. World Bank help us structuring the TIF, the tax incremental financing, for example, and we gave them the permission by law and the support from the central government to start proving these new tools of financing. So in my opinion, there is the big challenge of policy making, but there are many ways to put incentive aligned in order to implement what you are planning from the central government in the municipalities.
Thank you. Denise, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry about the earlier mix-up. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Did you catch the question?
No, I have not, unfortunately. Could you
Okay,
repeat?
so what we're looking at is just, how decentralization can affect this relationship on housing and the economy. And, any thoughts that you might have specifically on that. And I think it relates to some of the points that you made about political economy and governance.
Absolutely. And actually, that would be a preferred solution to solving the problem of housing affordability, right? The criticism as macroeconomists, criticism they have generally for housing policies is, generous subsidies that encourage borrowing for housing finance are not very well targeted. Right? And they tend to be very centrally managed, come mostly from central governments. There is some moral hazard issues, selection issues, and risk-taking, excessive risk-taking that happens. And it doesn't necessarily come at the benefit of providing the help to those who actually need it. So in that respect, and housing is all about location, location, location. Having more targeted policies and decentralizing housing policy decisions, housing supply decisions, housing support decisions is something, at least from a macro perspective, is something that would be preferable to the other alternatives that's out there.
Great, thank you. Do we have one more? Okay, so I will open it up for one question. Steve, please. Oh, yeah, and please use the microphone. Yep.
So I thought of asking this question of Jonathan, but actually I could ask it of anyone because I think it applies to the US, to a lot of the countries that Denise is looking at, BIS. A lot of the mortgages, I thought of you because you had a chart up with some of the mortgage rates. And you made those mortgages at a time when Colombia had succeeded in bringing inflation down to, from what I see, like 2 or 3% or 4%. But now inflation's hitting 10% in a lot of countries around the world, in US, Colombia, and many others. And we're not in 2006. We've presumably learned a lot of lessons about underwriting, mortgage design, and so on. But given the increase in inflation and possible risks of recession, how do you see the robustness of the mortgage system over this short run period that we may well be seeing, given inflation and other risks in the system? And I would point to you because you had the slide that jogged me, but anybody that has a thought on the panel, I'd be interested to hear it. Thanks.
So maybe we can each take 2 minutes to respond so everyone has a chance. So Jonathan, please go ahead.
Okay, 5 years ago, the interest rate for mortgages in Colombia on average were 11%. 11%. 5 years ago, 11%. 2 years ago, it became 7%. And now is 14%. So it's not good. We are dealing with this inflation increase, but it's not terrible at all. And it's not terrible at all because this sector, you all know, is different for the commercial banking. When the short run is important, the reference in terms of the cost of the money is the long run investment. The long run investment is the public treasury, the Colombian treasury bond, and the Colombian treasury bond has increased in 100 basic points. Although we will see a slowdown in the short run, I'm completely sure that Colombia expectation of inflation is in 4% for the next 2 years. So what I think is that although we will have an increase in the interest rate in a couple of years, they will reduce when inflation is reducing, but also we are doing good because the Colombian treasury bonds have not devaluated so much. So again, our reference for the long-term investment, the opportunity cost for the long-term credit is buying a treasury bond. And the treasury bond, the opportunity cost investment have increased, but not that much. So I think that we will see a slower market, but in a couple of years, maybe 1.5 years, we will have the same level that we reached during the last 24 months.
Thank you. Shamika?
So inflation, Steve, is not as much of a problem in the Indian context as it is if you look at the other OECD. In fact, currently we are very much within the bandwidth of 2.5 to 5, which is what the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank considers in its inflation targeting numbers. So we have a little bit of energy inflation, but that really is more of a short term. So inflation is not a big concern, but I think the concern here is that a very large part of housing market used to be cash driven, which means it was not part of the formal economy the way it is measured and understood. It's very much cash transactions. It's all informal, and it's done outside of the registered sort of a system. And India did devalue its large currencies about 5 years back, and it did. It was a blow for about 2 quarters of the fiscal year, but it sort of caught up very quickly, and we're seeing a very rapid formalization and sort of a digitization of a lot of real estate contracts. So we're not facing the same set of problems, I think, that the US or the other OECD markets in terms of inflation now.
Thank you. And Denise?
Well, I'll give a more general answer and then more maybe specific example. Now, mortgage interest rates obviously increased quite a bit. And actually, I was just looking at a picture on my screen. In the US, they are highest in a decade and a half, but they're still below 6%, right? So in a broadly historical view, they're still low. And considering inflation, the real rate of borrowing is also still in negative in some advanced economies. So with that general observation, I would also mention that in some countries, including my native Turkey, whenever there's surprise inflation and there's expectation inflation is going to remain high, some people actually see real estate as a good investment to protect the value of their assets. So we could actually continue to see strong demand in some of these countries where inflation is rising fast, but interest rates are not keeping up, if you would, increase demand for housing, even though mortgage conditions on paper would be tightening.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to close the panel by thanking the panelists. So Denise, thanks for joining by Zoom, and we're sorry you're not here with us, but we'll be able to connect with you. And Shamika and Jonathan, it was a pleasure, and to the audience for your great participation.
Thank you. Thank you. It's super interesting.
So I was thinking that just like housing, you can have conferences funded one of 2 ways. You can either have people pay, or you can have a subsidized conference. This has been a subsidized conference, and I'm going to take about 30 seconds to tell you how the subsidy happened and then introduce our speaker. So Emil Haddad is the founding chairman of 5 Point Realty, which is probably the largest mixed-use developer in California, with projects in Orange County, in Los Angeles County, in San Francisco. And they made a generous gift to USC, to the USC Price School, about 3 years ago, among which was a provision to put on what was called a Disruptive Dialogues Conference. And then COVID hit, and so we were disrupted, but no conferences. But then, as I started becoming involved with a group of the Twilliger Center, thinking about international issues with housing, And I'm not sure if Mario is the one who wrote me into it or Arthur or somebody, but I started thinking that this issue of the interaction of housing and the broader economy is something that doesn't get broad enough discussion. And so maybe it would be kind of disruptive to try to raise its profile. And so I asked Emil Haddad, who again was responsible for this gift, whether that would be within the spirit of what the gift was. And he said, yes, that would be the case. And so we have to thank 5 Point for most of the money that was involved to make this happen. We have the Twilliger Center to thank for the rest of the money involved to make this happen. So thank you to you both. Emil is a genuinely visionary guy. I mean, if you look at what he has done with his developments in California, they're unlike anything else in terms of thinking carefully about, as we economists like to say, internalizing externalities, thinking hard about spillovers in these very large developments and how they interact with each other. But he's also visionary in that, well, a lot of us need our econometric models in order to try to figure out anything, and they still often fail us in terms of trying to forecast. He actually says stuff that proves to be true. So often I find it quite astonishing. Like in February of 2020, at a meeting of our board, he said, this COVID thing is going to be really, really bad. And I thought really bad meant like 6 months, which is sort of where I was at the time. And Emil said, maybe 2023 is when we completely come back from it. I'll never, and this is one of like several gems he has dropped over my time knowing. I don't know how he does it. I think he does have an econometric model in his head, and he's constantly reparameterizing it. He just doesn't need a computer to run it. And so I find his commentary always very worthwhile. And so we're pleased to have Emil Haddad for some remarks right now. Emil.
Well, I'll tell you how I do it. You survive 11 years of civil war and you develop an instinct that actually allows you to see a little bit ahead of time. My mom always used to say to me, the trick to surviving is being one step ahead. And I figured that out over years. Well, first of all, Richard, let me thank you for putting this conference together. This is one of the most informative, intriguing conferences I've been to. I've been watching the young generation, and none of them have fallen asleep so far, so they must be very interested in discussion. You follow a group like the one that talked, and as Richard said, I'm not an economist. As a matter of fact, probably I was voted most likely to not succeed by my teachers in school. And to tell you how much I am, I'm intimidated by some of what is said. After the first session, and when we went to break, I asked the people with me if they know what a year dummy is, because I felt like a dummy because I had no idea what year dummy was. And then we looked it up, and even after I read it, I couldn't figure it out. So anyway, look, I don't measure up to any of the discussions that took place, and I don't spend my time really doing that. I'm not equipped. However, I'm a student of demographics, and I'm a student of history. I got lucky in that I grew up. I've been living in two places that couldn't be further apart in terms of how they actually were built. The first 28 years of my life, I grew up in a city called Beirut, Lebanon, which was organically built over thousands of years. And we lived in a community that was very close to each other. We all were around the American University of Beirut, which is where I went and studied civil engineering. And the building I lived in had residential. We had families. Some were wealthy, some were taxi drivers. We lived in the same building. We had a little hospital, we had a bank, we had a tailor, and two boutiques. And that was how every building was in our neighborhood. I walked to school and never asked anybody whether they were wealthy or not. Lived with my parents until I left at 28. And even when we came to America, we lived together for 5 years. And the war took place for 11 years. When I was there, I lived through it for 11 years. And there was this sense of a safety net that you had a community that was always going to be taking care of you. We had a family that unfortunately lost their home. And I didn't think of it at that time, but they lived with us, a mother, a father, and 2 children, and they lived in our apartment for 5, 6 years. And we didn't have a big apartment, but that's how we functioned. And then, you know, circumstances drove me to leave the old country, and we all got on a plane almost overnight and came to America and lived together for 5 years. We left everything behind. And I got involved in the world of development. And I was a kid in a candy store because this was the mid-'80s in California, you know, Palmdale, Moreno Valley, for those people who heard that. And, you know, I came from a place where the projects were building at the time. Now I'm seeing, you know, deserts turned into cities. And I was fascinated until I started trying to understand what's different. And I came to a conclusion, right or wrong, that the reason why we grew differently in America is because we had a perfect storm that took place that drove growth for the last 70 years. We had infrastructure that was built to create jobs after the Depression, which basically induced growth. A lot of highways were built in California. There's Highway 5 that was built. Not only it opened up areas for development, but it actually forced farmers to be reassessed based on highest and best use and forced them to become developers. We had the US government subsidizing mortgages. We had dual income. And we had a population that was enamored with the automobile. All of that drove suburbia to start growing. And whereas the factories moved to the cities and cities became very unattractive to live, those who could afford to move to suburbia started to move to suburbia until they were not able to afford a home in the first or second ring in suburbia and started moving further and further and further. And I remember by 1989, people were leaving their homes at 4 o'clock in the morning to drive an hour and a half, 2 hours, and sleeping in the parking lot in downtown LA in order for them to get a piece of what at that time was defined as the American dream, which is what the white picket fence. Kids were left behind, drugs moved in, and we started realizing that in the process of this growth, we actually not only caused a lot of environmental issues, but we also started seeing major social issues being developed. And unfortunately, as we started looking at fixing those issues, we started fixing them in silos. So when we realized how much the miles driven and the factory caused the environment, we decided to fight growth, and movements started pushing back on growth because rightfully so, they were focusing on the environment. But in the process of that, we started creating, you know, inequities at the social level. Probably the best example today of it is homelessness. And as I started looking at what went wrong, I started realizing that I think simply what went wrong is that there were groups that had a passion about one element and they wanted to fix it, but every time we tried to fix it, we created an unintended consequence of creating some other damage somewhere else. So fast forward the movie, by 2006, I was the chief investment officer of the largest publicly traded home building company in the United States, a company called Lennar. We were moving 30 families into a home every hour, and it was a crazy machine until it wasn't. In the meanwhile, we were a group of ours, and Lynn, who was my chief operating officer and later on the president of the company I founded, was with me and has been for 23, 24 years. A group of us started incubating a different business. We actually went and started buying decommissioned Navy bases that were shut down. And we were interested in them because they happened to be in major markets. I mean, San Francisco and Orange County. And we wanted to see if we can actually use the critical mass and the fact that we don't have to wait for an economy to come to us to prove up a different way of living. And it was really a simple thing that we started looking at things holistically. We started looking at every component and making sure as we're thinking in every component, we are also have an eye on what it means to everything else. So we started looking at how do we build communities for 3 generations? Because we don't want to send our elderly to the desert because they can't afford to live and then have to deal with their mental health and all that. So, you know, that's really where the discussion with Richard started, is we started looking ahead and realizing that as the fourth revolution, industrial revolution, is disrupting everything, we need to start thinking about the space differently. And I use the word space because as much as everybody used housing today, I tend to believe that we need to start thinking about the space also holistically. The word housing came from a place that really was born out of the Industrial Revolution. Housing became a separate asset class, and we had started hard zoning, and we started putting people living in one place because it wasn't nice to live in the city, and then people worked somewhere else, and people shopped somewhere else. And I worked with the governor as an advisor in the state, couple of governors, and I was asked the question, what would be the one thing you would do if you were to start a process of change? And I said, I would do away with hard zoning. I'd absolutely do away with hard zoning. I would change everything to a one mixed-use zone and let the market tell me what I should build. Because how can you start talking about environmental justice and carbon footprint when you're still forcing people to live one place and work somewhere else? And if we're going to try to start thinking, and that was why I asked Vernon the question, I mean, if we're going to start thinking about affordability of housing, I don't think it's going to be in downtown LA in high rises. I think it's going to be somewhere in the Central Valley with a high-speed rail that gets you to downtown in 20, 25 minutes. If we're going to start thinking about solutions that are really more social in nature, we really need to start thinking a little bit different than how we did it before. So when people ask me, so what's different about the company and about our thinking? I say that when I went to School of Engineering, interesting enough, not one project they gave us, they told us about the people who are going to be actually living or working in the place. We were designing an abstract. And we decided the company to do it in reverse. We start from the people side, the social side, and then design accordingly. Because if we don't do that, we're going to fall into the same mistakes we felt. They're going to be a little bit different because the nature of, you know, the coming 100 years is going to be a little bit different. And look, I have concerns about the US. I actually am very much in tune now because I decided about a year ago to step down as the CEO of a public company and not to spend any more time talking to analysts on Wall Street about why, you know, I'm doing certain things certain ways, and spend time on things that I really like. And as a result of that, I'm now spending time internationally helping other countries think about how to develop. And interesting enough, you know, we were the model back in the 50s and 60s. We created planned cities. We actually had public policy on housing. We had subsidy of housing. We had public schools. Today, you look at the inner cities and we left them behind to rot. And now we're trying to go back. And going back is not going to be easy. So, you know, what we do just to give you a feel, because we really don't have the answers. But we're trying to see if we can actually play around with things and ask for collaboration. We don't develop, we actually invite people to come help us think about development, whether it is academic, whether it's every project we have is a public-private partnership. So we don't look at the public sector as regulators as much as we look at them as partners, because if we're going to solve issues going forward, it's not going to be with one entity saying this is the policy and the other you have to execute. We're going to have to start looking at it as a partnership. And today we are building public schools and giving to the public system, whereas everybody now has given up on the public education. We believe that that's the way to bridge the gap in social equity. We're believers that it's the way to get up. I stand here as a good example. If it were not for my education, I wouldn't be able to stand in front of a group like this and speak to them. And I think that's how we're going to have to do it. We're going to have to start thinking about things holistically. We have to start thinking about healthcare as part of a community. Believe it or not, I spent the last 6-7 years thinking about, and we have now, world-class cancer centers and all that within our communities. I've been thinking about how do I actually tell people who live in our community that they can actually have their healthcare as part of their mortgage. That if I actually can put them on a program of education and monitoring by the best healthcare and nutrition and everything else, I can go and argue with an insurance company that these people deserve a lower price on their insurance and package that and make it part of a mortgage. Why can't we do that? Why do we want to keep on fighting on healthcare issues when we can solve it, in simpler ways? So I'm not here to say anything except to say this was great. I learned a lot today. I even learned what a ear dummy is. Maybe you'll explain it a little bit more, but at least I have an idea what it is. And you scared me, because when I looked at the brochure, it says the elephant in the room and my picture was below it. So I was like, but all kidding aside, look, I'm the person who's actually on the street trying to figure out what's going on. And I don't know if a linear city in Saudi Arabia makes sense or it doesn't. I've been asked that question because I'm involved in that part of the world right now. I really don't. And I'm sure it's not going to be built the same way that we saw the renderings. But I have to applaud a thought that says our whole economy is based on oil, and we're thinking beyond oil. We're thinking about sustainability. We're thinking about a city that might be as crazy as a 105 linear city that has a monorail that goes back and forth, and therefore people are going to start being a little bit more conscious about the environment and how they live. It's not, to me, it's not what I see in rendering. It's what I'm seeing in people who are willing to challenge the status quo. So, when I was asked about the title, and I said, we used to say disruption before COVID, and I said it's a revolution, because really that's what we need in real estate. We need to start thinking of real estate as basically a total paradigm shift, which is one of the definition of revolution. I don't mean a hostile revolution. But if we're not going to start thinking about it that way, I think we're going to keep on going a little bit on the treadmill. So that's my pitch. Happy to answer. I'm sure you don't have any questions for me, but as I said, I want to see more of this. That's why we did what we did, because if we're not going to have the think tank of having people who are economists talk to planners and talk to public sector and talk to private developers who actually are doing it, we're going to keep on talking to ourselves. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you for the sponsorship and your comments. One of the frustrating things for me over the many years I've been in the affordable housing space is the power
that NIMBYs have in this country? You talked about lack of zoning, which I think is Houston, Texas, but any thoughts on how we overcome the resistance of people who are, I think we're all somewhat inherently selfish, but we don't want other people near us that are different, that are poor. And it makes it very hard for us to build affordable housing in communities of opportunity because we're just zoned out.
Yeah, well, first of all, the good news is we're starting to see YIMBYs now, which is yes in my backyard. And believe it or not, it's people my generation who's realizing that when I was in NIMBY, I didn't know that what I was doing is driving my kids not to live next to me. And now you have all these people who were fighting against growth who want to have their kids live next to them, and they've moved to a YIMBY. But look, so let's look at what does an YIMBY do? The issue is not the person who's saying not in my backyard. The issue is the elected official who's not willing to act because the person who's saying not in my backyard is his vote or her vote. So what we really need is we need leadership at a public policy making that starts thinking beyond 2 and 4 years, which honestly is the one thing that scares me about us as a country today, is we're not thinking anymore about infrastructure for 20, 30 years. And we're not willing to take the risk as leaders to say, I don't care if it is popular or not. If we don't do it, we're gonna fall behind. Look, it breaks my heart that we put the first man on the moon and everything that's innovated in this country is being proven up in Shanghai, in Mumbai, and in Dubai. I mean, so to answer your question is, it's not an NIMBY. I don't care if somebody doesn't want me to live next to them or build next to them. But if the person who was elected to serve does his or her job, then NIMBY's voice doesn't matter.
But the concern that I have about that is that it seems like everybody wants to be in office forever these days, particularly in Congress. And they've got donors, and the NIMBYs, the people who are already established and have homes, they have the money, so they're the donors to the politicians. You know, the people who would live there if they could are voiceless and they don't have any money. And so money talks, it seems to me, too often.
But let me tell you, so ask today, big companies, ask Salesforce, ask any of these big companies, what's their biggest challenge? And they'll tell you housing. You have a huge companies that are having a trouble housing their own people. Those have money. If we get organized with people who have the pockets and have the same common interest, and that is to provide an ability for the employees to come in and live, that's the biggest challenge they have right now. So I think the answer to your question is, I've been in this industry now for 37 years in the United States. We're not organized. We don't actually go and educate. We just whine. The industry just whines. That's why I love this partnership with Richard, because if I now want to go to a governor or a policymaker and say, this is why I think it should be happen, if I have something with the stamp of this group on it, it has much more credibility than mine.
We need to move on. Emil, thank you very much. So we're going to wrap up the morning with Maisie Wong. Maisie is a professor at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania and their wonderful real estate group. And one of the reasons I thought, and Maria invited Maisie, but one of the reasons I thought she'd be so good at this is not only has she done scholarship, particularly on Indonesia, but I learned, because I was on a review committee for the Wharton Real Estate Department. By the way, you passed, you have a good department. I learned she runs courses on international real estate that are exceptionally rigorously done, looking at the syllabus, and also extremely popular among Wharton students. So for someone who has to think broadly about issues in international housing, we could have nobody better to try to summarize the morning and lead a final discussion. So Maisie, thank you for being here.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much for inviting me and including me in the program. I know I'm standing between everyone's lunch It's me and lunch. And so how much time do you think I should take?
Let's go.
Go to noon? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I enjoyed this morning. I think it's a no-brainer, right? Housing is really important. It's very complicated. There's a lot of heterogeneous context out there, and it really takes a coalition to move this in the direction that we want it to go. And so I've really enjoyed the conversations we're having. Thank you very much for your generosity and vision, Emil. Let me start by just saying a little bit about, where I'm coming from and my background. So I grew up in Malaysia. This is a picture of Jakarta, which is where a lot of my research is focused on. But I grew up in Malaysia, and my mom is actually a renter, was actually a renter for a long time in a slum that is not very different from the one here. So a slum in Kuala Lumpur. And since it came up several times, I have to also reinforce that for many years, we heard at home her story of studying at night with no lighting, and how we really should be thankful for the shelter and the lighting that we have for our education. So that's really where I'm coming from. I personally am very invested in this topic. Professionally, in my role as a faculty at Wharton, teaching as this international real estate markets class, and also in my role as the assistant director of our international program at the Zellary Real Estate Center, I interact with a lot of practitioners, with a lot of policymakers, and a lot of times, and also with a lot of my conversations with Maria, who's been my neighbor, where our offices are side by side, right? So I do have this recognition that, the body of the evidence from academics is pretty slow, but urbanization is happening very rapidly. And so decisions have to be made and actions have to be made sometimes today in the short run. And so what I thought I should do today is to quickly summarize what have been said, but I think that has been pretty clear. And so move quickly then to what do we learn, and what does this mean for people who have to make decisions, and very consequential decisions. So that's what I've prepared. So why are we here today? I think this is not new, right? Many cities are experiencing massive population growth in cities between 2020 to 2050. It's really at a rate that we've not seen before. And this is a very famous chart, and you've seen it multiple times. It's probably one of the more famous pictures in urban. And so on the horizontal axis, we have the urbanization rate in 1960. On the vertical axis here, we have long-term GDP growth, but you can also do this with GDP per capita in levels, and you have the same positive correlation. It's a correlation. Also at this point, I also want to mention that, we focus on growth because we have very good data. But of course, a city is not just about growth and income levels, but it's also about equity, inclusivity, sustainability. And there are a lot of things, right, that we would like to measure more, which you'll talk about more tomorrow. But here is a very strong correlation. It's not causation. It's difficult to prove even with year dummies, but it does point to, how we think about, our decisions, right? As cities urbanize and they undergo this rapid urbanization, right? You want to try to move in the right direction. And we do have now a growing body of evidence about the causal impacts of different mechanisms in which how cities can improve growth, right? A lot of it is from learning from Vernon's work and from Maria's work on how cities are organizing. Those all have direct and important impacts, right? And so investing it, so a lot of things have to be done correctly, right? To invest in the cities to create engines of growth, right? As people move into these cities, we'll need a lot of real estate. We need to develop and build our private and public capital stock. We need land reforms. We need titling. We need infrastructure. We need capital markets, and we need public-private partnerships. So we've all heard that a lot today. And housing is really an important way that that's why I feel like I enjoy teaching my course so much, because it really is a way in which it's really a sector that shows, how complicated it is, but how important the stakes are, and if we get it right, how much we can achieve with that in a very holistic way. Right. So housing is really a key example of how we can create cities that are engines of growth and inclusivity, and that's why I think housing is the elephant in the room. Right. So I only have 2 slides on how some things I want to reinforce and perhaps bring in some evidence from the academic literature. So we talked about the importance of housing for people, right, from the micro lens. And of course, housing, the building is important. It provides shelter. It provides also stability, because we know people experience a lot of large shocks, as we experienced from the last 2 years as well. And so we have evidence from Erica Field's work that titling is important, that tenure security you provide to people in Peru frees them up, right, to find the jobs, right? It really improves labor force participation. Tenure security and housing stability is really also very important for mental health. We have evidence, and for health in general, we have evidence that eviction in the US, right, affects visits to the hospital, demand for mental health visits. Beyond housing as a building, right, as Anil said, right, we're thinking about housing not just as the building that provides shelter, but it's also location. So we are thinking about space, right? This is what a lot of urban economics is about. It's about spatial distribution of economic activity. And so where housing is also affects how people access jobs, how people access economic opportunity. And here we also have a large body of evidence that is telling us, like in India, the shape of the cities matters a lot. That's from my colleague's work, Nina Harari. We also have evidence about the important roles in which transportation networks, like the subway in London or the bus rapid transit in Bogota, those things affect where people live and work and how they access jobs. And that is huge for their quality of life, but also growth. We also talked about how important housing is in providing a bundle of neighborhood amenities, right? In how you access schools, how you access healthcare. We have a large body of evidence now on the very important causal impacts of neighborhood effects, because your daily life, your quality of life is not just in your home, but also in your neighborhood. And so housing plays an important role because it affects your building, your day-to-day, but also your day-to-day lives in how you interact with your neighborhood and who your networks are. And that's the last point. Here, I wanted to highlight a few recent papers. We have also, we have some work from Tanu Kumar in India, which talks about a housing lottery program in Mumbai, which relocated people, but not too far away so that they're still close to their networks. And that had pretty sizable human capital effects. We also have evidence from Chile that looked at long-term displacement effects from slum clearance programs, where 20 to 40 years later, this is from Fernanda Rojas Ampuero, that looked at displacement effects of a slum clearance program in Chile that found that 20 to 40 years later, these children who were displaced are experiencing really remarkable negative effects on education and hence also on labor earnings. We also heard a lot about wealth, right? Housing as a store of wealth. And Vernon spoke a lot about wealth inequality and housing's important role in influencing wealth inequality. Here, I think one of the nicer papers I really like is from my colleague at Wharton, by Xingyi Wang. And she has a paper in the AER about the privatization of state allocated housing in China, and how that policy, right, once that state allocated publicly allocated housing was privatized, that had a dramatic impact on how housing was allocated across people and also on the equilibrium price of housing, which then directly affects wealth. Alongside, the important role of housing as a storage of wealth, we also spoke about, how housing bankers may not like housing as a collateral, but still it's a collateral, and how it's a great way. It's an important way for people to get access into the financial sector, and it really improves financial inclusion, as Shamika mentioned. It provides a way for people to get loans and start entrepreneurship. We have evidence that the same program in China, right, that improved housing wealth, right, also allowed people to access more credit, start businesses, and alleviate credit constraints. So those are some of the papers I thought from the academic literature that really speaks to the importance of housing for individuals, more applied micro papers. But of course, today we also heard a lot about the macro implications, the outsized importance in which why housing is the elephant in the room, right? We heard a lot about various statistics about how housing is 15 to 18% of GDP. Before I go into all of those statistics and the spillovers, I did want to connect these macro implications with the micro evidence that we talked about, right? A lot of this macro effects, right? Why housing has an outsized importance on the economy in aggregate really has to do with the things we talked about on the micro side, which is how do we make housing work for the economy, for the city? We need to get housing right, really, because housing affects where space, right? Housing affects where people live, where they work, and how they access jobs, amenities, and opportunities. It affects their day-to-day lives. And so we can get that right, that is the channel in which we can link these housing with aggregate productivity, mobility. It allows them to move around cities. It allows us to move ideas, move people, move goods, right, at lower cost. And it also affects equity. So that's one thing I wanted to talk about in terms of linking micro and macro. But of course, many of the other things you heard about today were about the potential spillover effects. And those are where it can become very big, right? The outsized importance of housing comes from the spillovers to the other sectors. We heard about the importance of employment and how in India is the second largest source of jobs, right? In Colombia, it provides above 2 multipliers. On the consumption sector as well, there are clear multipliers, which makes a lot of sense, right? When you buy a house, you have to buy appliances, you have to pay for appraisal services, loan services. It's a large bundle of large expenditures. And so there is a large multiplier effect there. And from Vernon and from other panelists, we also talked about how housing affects the way in which we allocate land, which is arguably a very important resource for each city because it affects how the city is organized, right? So that 1 point of GDP of Colombia that's allocated into housing because it's very expensive, those are very consequential decisions, right? It affects how we think about housing affects the allocation of land and resources. And that's typically a very large resource because it's expensive. And then of course, we heard also from Denise in which of some of these banking sector risks of the housing finance sector, right? Lastly, I think this has been mentioned several times too, but I did want to put it up there because I did just come back from 7 months of sabbatical in Singapore, and where I met with a lot of policymakers and I spoke to many practitioners. My brother himself is a developer, and while we may know what the right answer is, sometimes politics just gets, I won't say gets in the way, but politics is a reality you have to grapple with. And housing, because of its outsized importance, right? Housing just brings with it a lot of political risk. And so it affects a lot the conversation that you have and the agenda and the policy options that are put on the table, right? Because any of these things, right? can be huge, brings with them huge political risks: eviction, housing affordability, neighborhood change and gentrification, housing bust, right? And so these housing is of outsized importance because strategically is very important, and hence politically is very important as well. So that is my quick summary and some additional academic evidence that I wanted to bring to bear as I summarized what I've heard today from our speakers and panelists. Where I want to go now is move quickly to talk about what does this mean for practitioners and policymakers, because we are experiencing this urbanization at a very rapid rate, and we do have to make decisions that will be very consequential. And so what does this mean? What are my takeaways if I put on my practitioner hat or as I talk to practitioners, right? So one big takeaway is that the potential benefits and costs are wide ranging to the decisions you make, right? So it's not just on the direct effects of housing, any housing program that you have in mind, but it's also the indirect effects that are important. And many of those indirect effects are spillovers. Some of these spillovers can be within the housing sector. And here we have evidence from Mumbai, where when we see Mumbai mills redeveloped, think about them as factories, old factories being redeveloped into private housing markets, private housing assets, we do see large spillovers into neighboring housing markets as well. So that there is clear evidence in other contexts as well that there are large spatial spillovers within the housing sector. Those spillovers do tend to be pretty localized, so there needs to be more study, but for the developing country context, but this spatial decay of these spillovers is also something that is of interest. Of course, these spillovers also there are also large spillovers to other sectors. And so as you think about designing the optimal housing program you have in mind for the goals you'd like to achieve, we have to be thinking about the direct effects and the large indirect effects in terms of many of that that manifest in terms of spillovers. And lastly, the other thing that I try to stress is to also think about the durability of housing, which Vernon has also emphasized, right? That when we build housing, it's durable and it stays. And so we want to think about whether we are locking in some of these neighborhoods or people in places where we think will have persistent consequences. These things I have mentioned. So another takeaway I have is, of course, this political risk, which I've mentioned, which sometimes can manifest in terms of a stalemate and not doing nothing. But because people will keep moving into cities and everyone has to live somewhere, housing will show up somewhere, right? In formal settlements or in middle class or luxury housing. There is also a cost of doing nothing, right? The political risk sometimes might mean a stalemate, but that can also have costs because the cost of doing nothing can also be high. There is, I think today there is a lot of mention about how there are no answers. There are a lot of questions. And so, yeah, it's true that there's no silver bullet and there's no one size fits all solution, but there are, we now have a body of evidence. And so I think one way in which I try to organize this, and this is not for an academic audience, but it tends to work well for my students and for practitioners, which is that we now have a large body of evidence, and it's useful, I think, to think about how heterogeneous the housing market context is and how to organize how the problems and hence the solutions are very different depending on which phase of the market you're in, okay? So very roughly speaking, there are 3 phases of real estate markets, and because housing is special, we think about characterizing real estate markets, right, in the property side and also on the capital market side. It's important to think about that because you need to be reforming both the space market and also the capital market. So the first phase of real estate markets is where a lot of this rapidly urbanizing cities is this first phase, which is the phase where you see structural transformation and rural to urban migration. And here is where you see those amazing rates of the city population doubling in 20 years. That's just remarkable. So in those cities, right, you have a large demand shock, and all of that demand shock, not all, but a lot of it is capitalized into land values, and hence the allocation decision of land becomes even more important. In those cities, right, the key challenges are, no surprise, severe housing shortage, and also severe housing shortage across different segments, right? So the luxury the top deciles of the income distribution tend to be fine, right? Over time, developers want to provide products with higher margins, higher profit margins, lower risk. And so you tend to see housing supply expand in the luxury sector first. And so the middle income and the bottom tends to have less access. And so you have a lot more self-built housing. You also have a lack of titles for informal housing in for the poor. And those I would characterize as the key challenges in these phase one real estate markets. On the capital market side, right, we will typically see mostly equity financing from a limited savings capital base, very limited debt, and hence here's where the role of government subsidies can be very important. Right, in this type of market, right, you have heard today many different types of policies. And I would say that, there's no silver bullet, no one size fits all policy, but the suitability and feasibility of each policy really has to be discussed within the context of which phase that housing market is in, right? So in some of these places, right, you might see housing for all type policies, right? Like a big role of the state in public provision of housing. You might see something like Singapore's public housing construction, because that is what you have. That's the state is what you have, and the private markets are maybe not ready yet, and there's no mortgage available, but yet you want to provide housing. And so here's where some supply side policies, I have no advocacy. I don't think you always should be doing supply side or demand side, but there are some contexts where politically or economically, right, supply side policies is what you have and what you need. We are in this type of market. You could also have sites and services, like Vernon mentioned, right, where if you have the opportunity now, we've seen that if you have the opportunity to plan ahead and find empty plots of land and plan ahead, we do see now that there are long-term benefits. They may not be at the scale you like, because you need to have empty land, and but still, there is a growing popularity of these sites and services policies. In these phase one countries is also where titling, if it's possible, like we saw in Peru, right, can be very important, and that's why we see here that there's a lot of effort to start these mapping initiatives, land records initiatives, because registries are really important, because it's not really about just giving the piece of paper. It really is about trying to get the land market institutions right. So you want to jumpstart the land markets, right? You want to make things transparent, reduce risk. It really has to be thought of as this land market institutions. And that takes time, but any incremental improvements on the institutions that will provide titling at scale, that would be really helpful. Here, there are also policies like slum upgrading, right? That focus on improving housing quality and neighborhoods for the bottom deciles. And here I do think that I've done some research on slum upgrading, and I do think that there are cases in which slum upgrading makes a lot of sense, right? Because it's improving the lives and neighborhoods of people. And they're cheap, so you can do this at scale. The only thing is just to think hard about where we do slum upgrading and in what context, because sometimes there could be unintended consequences of making these neighborhoods more persistently informal. and that might backfire as the city undergoes transformation. That's the phase one market, which is where a lot of these new cities are, right? Where you have weaker private markets participation, and hence it makes sense that there is the role of the state. The phase two markets, like this phase two real estate markets, this is just generalizing, but it's useful to have some general characterization so that we can organize our body of evidence, right? In these phase two real estate markets, there's no more massive urbanization. And here is where you start to see an emergence of middle class. Because this phase two markets usually follow from a period of rapid building, right? A key challenge is access supply and bubble risk. And that's kind of what China is grappling with right now, and many cities as well. And so you can see that in different phases of the real estate market, right? The challenges and the risks are different, and hence the solutions are different. The institutions are different as well. And so what you can implement is also different, right? So as you have an emergence of the middle class where they have now more predictable income, you would like, right? Many economists say rental housing is great. So you would really like to promote the rental housing market. But when I start telling, policymakers in emerging markets about this, right? And Mario and I have talked about this many times. Is a non-starter because there's no rental housing stock. And so, and there's no protection of tenant and landlord rights, right? And so for us to develop this so-called silver bullet, like the ideal policy, which is to have rental housing vouchers or promote a rental market, a lot of things need to happen, right? You need to build a stock of rental housing. You need to reduce risk, right? To bring landlords in. You need to codify and enforce tenant and landlord rights. And so the type of problem is very different, and hence the solution is very different. And so here, yes, we will still have housing shortage in some segments, especially the middle class is where I think it really becomes a big problem. And yes, I think promoting rental housing would be great. And but that's difficult to do because you need to get into the rule of law and protection of tenant and landlord's rights, which is quite difficult. This is also a period where you might experience or see excess supply and bubble risk, right? And so you might see the exit of over-leveraged developers, which can then have macroprudential implications, as we are seeing in China right now. And so it then means that we need to think harder about regulation to monitor these macroprudential risks. At this time, right, in this type of market is also when you start to see the development of debt markets. Because how can you access housing if you don't have rental housing stock? Then you need to borrow from the future. So you need to have developed the mortgage market, and that's what we saw in Colombia, where and in India, right, where if you have rule of law and you reform it to protect lenders' rights and borrowers' rights. And you bring in partner with the banking sector, you could expand the mortgage balance, dramatically reduce the interest rates, and still maintain a low non-performing loans. And that remarkably can really improve housing access, especially for the middle class. The phase three market is what a lot of the developed economies are. And so I have less to say here. This is where you mostly see proliferation of more products, especially on the capital market side. You will see more complex debt and equity instruments like securitization of debt and equity, like REITs and mortgage-backed securities. The only thing I want to mention here is that a lot of this chart, right, is showing you the types of cities that are urbanizing today versus in the past. And the main takeaway is that you see a lot of the red bars, which are the new cities that are urbanizing today, are urbanizing at a lower rate with also weaker governance, weaker debt markets, weaker rule of law, and weaker land market institutions. So the only thing I wanted to highlight is that a lot of the body of evidence we have today is from markets, cities that developed under very different conditions. And so it's important to have that filter as we think about, what are some of the best practice evidence we have from the literature and how it applies to the context today. Okay, so in wrapping up, because I know it's time for lunch, what have I done? I've just sketched out 3 very different housing markets where this property market is different, the capital market is different, and of course the governance, the role of the state and the institutions are very different, right? But in all of these markets, right, we've heard today time and again that housing is the elephant in the room. It plays an outsized importance in people's lives, in the macroeconomy. But it also is what we've also learned across these 3 phases is that the housing market institutions are incredibly heterogeneous and they're very complex. So a lot of things need to happen to get this right. So as you debate and design housing programs, right, it's really important to think about your own context and what problems you have and what are the ideal solutions. In closing, right, I wanted to bring up this graph, this scatter plot again, because today really it's about urbanization and about cities and housing and the important role in which housing plays in getting this urbanization process right, because it affects where we live and work and how we access jobs and opportunities and neighborhood amenities, right? So we've heard of many tales of many cities, right? Singapore, Vienna, Tanzania, South Korea, right? So they are all on this correlation plot, but they all have different stories and they all have different ways in which housing affected the urbanization and growth process and development process. And so today is about why, right? Why housing is important. And we saw today also that housing is incredibly heterogeneous. And tomorrow is about how can you achieve it, right? So tomorrow, and I want to tee up tomorrow's session about how to build a fair and efficient housing market, how to scale housing production through finance, and how to measure housing, right? So I wanted to wrap up today and also tee up tomorrow. Like what I learned today is that housing is very important, is very heterogeneous, it's very complicated. And it takes a coalition to try and come up with solutions. Those solutions will be very different also depending on your context. But, we are at a point where cities are urbanizing rapidly. There are many consequential decisions that will be made. And I am so grateful for conferences like this and to bring us together so that we can try and find solutions. All right, thank you very much.
And her last word happened just as the clock hit noon. I mean, that's very impressive. So we have lunch now, but I'm going to thank a lot of people tomorrow. But before we go to lunch, the person who really kind of put all this together, like, so we have a place to be, places to stay, places to eat, is the person who runs events for us at the Lust Center, Marilyn Ellis. So I just want to give her a shout out. And the lunch that she arranged, we're not on the terrace now. We're going to be in the ambassador and diplomat room where I think we turn left. But you all know how to, it's pretty well signed in here. And then that'll be the end of this morning's program. So thank you all for coming. Assigned tents on the table? Yeah.